All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting close to first pitch. John Ott here with you. It is the Houston Astros and the Philadelphia Phillies. It's the final game of the 2-3-2 format. So that means this is going to be a pivotal swing game tonight. It's going to be in the hands of Houston or Philadelphia to take a 3-2 series lead back to Minute Maid Park. We're going to get a day off after today's game in Game 5, and Game 6 and 7 will be played at Minute Maid in Houston. So it really depends. A critical game here tonight, although it's not an elimination. Who is going to take it? Who is going to go 3-2? And we'll figure out everything that's about to happen right now because there is just a lot on the line. Again, this isn't an elimination game tonight, but all things foretold, there's so much to be thinking about in between these two. So, John, out here with you. We're going to get to the official start of the World Series game number 5, game number 5 here. It's a 2-2 series tie, and whoever wins this one will take the pivotal swing game 3-2 going into Minute Maid on Saturday. At least we know there will be a Game 6 on Saturday. What we don't know until that point is whether or not we're going to get a game on Sunday. On the YouTube side, I just went with the standard cam on this one, so there's no other windows today. So they're saying Noah Syndergaard, he's going to get his first World Series start. He's only going to go about 3 innings, is what John Smoltz is saying. So Noah Syndergaard, if you go between his pitch arsenal, it sounds like this. He's a guy that mixes in a sinker, a slider, a changeup, a curve, and a four-seam. It's going to be Jose Altuve, Jeremy Pena, Yordan Alvarez, Alex Bregman, Kyle Tucker, Yuli, Gurriel, David Hensley, Chas McCormick, and Martin Maldonado, similar to the lineup that we saw in Game 3 for Dusty Baker's squad. So Noah Syndergaard, I'll talk to you like this in all honesty. The 30-year-old, they figure he's going to go about 3 innings. He was 10-10 in the season, 3.94 ERA, 125 WHIP, and 95 strikeouts coming off of injury. It's his first World Series start. If he can be the electric second-year pitcher from the Mets from about 5 seasons ago, well, then you have something. But they're not expecting him to do that. He was normally back then around 100 miles per hour on the fastball. Now it's gone to about 95, which is still really good. It's about an MLB average fastball, but he's not Thor anymore. He's not swinging that hammer from what they're saying for Syndergaard. So when you think about Syndergaard on the mound and you think about Justin Verlander and you think about the over-under of today's game, which is 7.5, I might be smashing that over button as we're just going to be getting underway. That's just me. Let me know your thoughts. Full game story will be at hopelesssportsguy.wordpress.com here tonight. And as always, we will figure some stuff out and we will get you some other scores as the World Series is going along when we get a commercial break. So first pitch underway. It's a fastball that misses outside. And Altuve will take for ball 1. So again, Jose Altuve, it's 278 in the regular season. In the series, I should say, 160 in the postseason. So he's kind of bumped up a little bit here in the World Series as he slams this one to deep center field off the wall. Marsh misplays it. Altuve could have a triple. He's still running for the triple here. Gets the ball in. Jose Altuve with the leadoff triple. And the Astros start off correctly here. They start off right as Jose Altuve slams that one against the wall. And you have to think, I will say this, you have to think that he's the engine that drives everything for the Astros. That is a beautiful swing. That is something that we haven't seen much of. For Jose Altuve, yeah, a little bit of misplay there by Brandon Marsh. I won't deny that, going off the wall. Probably giving Jose Altuve third base instead of second. What's going on, Marpool? Glad that you can join me here again today. I just went with the standard camera on this one so I can kind of alleviate all the other windows. So you're joining at the right time. Jose Altuve started with a leadoff triple, and it's going to bring up Jeremy Pena. So the Astros here quickly, they can draw first blood in this contest. So I was saying in between Syndergaard, they imagine he's going to go about 3 innings. And then you have Justin Verlander on the mound that you know is the World Series ERA over 6. So the over-under was set at 7.5 runs according to RotoWire. I'd go over. Pena with a grand opportunity right now, and he slams a single right into center field. And just like that, 2 batters in, Houston has the 1-0 lead. They're off to the races right now. That was just a fastball jammed in on Jeremy Pena, and the first 2 have reached. And Houston's already scored the run. It was courtesy of a leadoff triple there by Jose Altuve. And then Pena greets Syndergaard with a solid single. So Rob Thomson, he wants Syndergaard to go 3 innings. If he gives up a couple more here and gets out of the first, let's say he gives up 3 or 4, is he really going to go 3 innings? That's my question mark. Again, I hate to say that, just 2 batters into his night here, but when you expect him to only go 3 and he's already given up a run in the first 2 batters and not registered an out 4 pitches into his day, that kind of will take in a situation where you don't know what you're going to get from Syndergaard. So again, that's why I said you slam the over on the 7.5 runs, because I think in between Syndergaard and Verlander, there's going to be a high-scoring game tonight. That's just my guess. So Pena is the runner at first, and that's going to bring up Yordan Alvarez. And Yordan Alvarez, all things considered, he's been a little bit quiet in this series so far. He did slam a ball on the warning track near the end of the game when the Houston Astros were able to get a 5-0 win last night. If we go through this series in its totality, it was a 6-5 comeback from Philadelphia in Game 1. That was an absolute shocker. Framber Valdez in Game 2, 1-5-2 with a solid outing. And Philadelphia comes back, wins a 7-0 contest. And then Houston responds with a 5-0. So every time one of these teams gets slammed down on the mat, they get up with a standing 8 count and deliver haymakers of their own. That's what they've seen throughout the series right now. And Houston, with this 1 run, and I want to make sure I say this correctly, has a 16-15 run advantage in the series. Going into this game, as soon as it started, series was tied 2-2, and both teams scored at least 15 runs. It was 15-15 across the board. So it's about as even as you like and split down the middle. And if Houston wins this game here tonight, again, it's a pivotal swing game. They got the next 2 games at Minute Maid. They at least have 1 more guaranteed. So, yeah, they need their offense prepared. The Philly need their offense. I agree with you, Marple. I think you hit that right on the head in the sense of what exactly is going to be needed. And I would expect when Jose Altuve was interviewed yesterday by Tom Verducci, and they said, is it similar from a couple of years ago when you were down in the series 2-1 and came back and won 3 straight games? And Jose Altuve said, in some ways, yes, we're prepared for it. We have a good team. We just have to get better at bats. 3rd straight throw over here for Noah Syndergaard on Jeremy Pena. That's why I've been going on a little bit of a diatribe there, is we're still waiting for the first out of the first inning. First 2 batters that reached it was a Jose Altuve triple. Noah Syndergaard, 30 stolen bases allowed, most in Major League Baseball. So there you go. That's why he's throwing all over all the time. So first 2 batters to reach with an Altuve triple, Jeremy Pena single, as he got that one in the left center field. And we have a runner at first base, which is Pena, with no outs. And Syndergaard's still 8 pitches into his day, going up against now Alvarez, Bregman, and possibly Tucker, as there's still no outs. 3rd batter up. Alvarez way outside, and I guess for me, I would say Syndergaard, even though 35 stolen bases, that's a large number, thinking way too much about the runner at first base right now. And if it's Alvarez and it's 3-2, do I take a ball or do I swing out of my shoes and try to make this a 3-0 game? You can certainly do that. Runner goes. Alvarez will slam this one fouled on the 3rd base line. He'll do it again. Full count still remains. And Dusty Baker, I guess, from the very beginning of this contest, he knows what's at stake right now. He wants to put all the pressure on Noah Syndergaard there. And again, Noah Syndergaard has gone from a situation with the Mets from about 5 years ago that his fastball was in the upper reaches of the 102 mark, which DeGrom still does. Syndergaard's down to 95 now. So 95 to 77 in the mix of all of his pitches, but he's only going to go 3 innings. And another throw over. This is the 5th one, folks, not all in a row, but the 5th one to Jeremy Pena already. So the crowds, they're going to be sitting on their hands right now. I know that they urge Syndergaard to try to get out of this at the top of the first, but this is already immediate pressure with 1 run in. And Alvarez helps him out, and they get a strikeout throw-out. That's exactly what the Phillies needed right there. Oh, my goodness. This went from a situation that could have been all hands on deck early in the first inning, and I'm not kidding you, to now 2 outs, and that's it. The last thing the Astros, I would thought would have wanted to do was run themselves into a double play when they had Syndergaard on the ropes, and yeah, the tag was in there way before he touched the glove with the base. I think that is a critical mistake here early. You take the run, but that's just me. That's a critical mistake here early by the Houston Astros. They could have easily got themselves 2 or 3 runs in the first, and now maybe only get one and have to reset now with 2 outs on the board. So Bregman now will be set to bat, the number 4 batter here. So, yeah, this is a crucial game 5, and I wonder what you're going to be thinking about that management decision and the strikeout throw up. Bregman, he gets buckled on the slider there, and now it's 0-2, and all of a sudden now Syndergaard is in a completely different situation in the first, where it was a run already in and a man on first. Now it's 2 outs, and he could be 14 pitches into this first, and he can actually get out of it with only 1 run scored, and I think he would take that. Bregman swings and misses. Syndergaard gets out of it with only 1 run. That was a heck of a turnaround there, and the Phillies will now bat in the bottom of the first. Appreciate everyone that's already bounced in there between YouTube, and I'm also on the Twitter Spaces side if you want clear audio for the iPhone side of it at John Ryan Ott. You can follow John Ryan Ott on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Instagram is TVU Gunslinger.
I really want that personal price card, so I'll admit it. I'm a basketball guy. You do not need to get that personal. The State Farm personal price plan simply lets you create affordable price just for you. For real? Who's ready for the jazz band? Huh? Who is that guy? Jazz band. Call her quick to get a quote today. Like the big neighbors, State Farm is there.
We want each other's we want each other's and we want each other's Chanel at Macy's. All
right, so I'm going to update this chat box as I did before a couple games ago as far as anyone else that bounces in and out of this game tonight. Again, I appreciate there's already been YouTube buzzing like crazy. So I will also update the chat box as well as where you can follow if you want some clear audio on the phone side. If you want to interact with me, I'll change the questions here periodically in the chat, and I will keep you abreast of any other scores as we get further throughout this contest. So Houston started the contest with a triple from Jose Altuve. He drove it deep and off the center field wall. Maybe Brandon Marsh misplayed it, right, to give Altuve an extra base. And then Jeremy Pena, right off the hands, got a solid single. And that was all because it was Yordan Alvarez with Pena at first. It was about 5 throwovers from Syndergaard, trying to make sure because he gave up 35 stolen bases while he's been out there this season. It's been a lot. So they get a strikeout, throw him out, and then in a situation where it could have been a lot more runs for Houston, they got to settle for just 1. So here's where we got to talk about the other situation we just talked about. Now back in from the break. Noah Syndergaard, let's talk about Justin Verlander. Gave up that 5-0 lead in game 1. He is back out here in game 5. Predominantly 4-seam fastball pitcher with a slider, curveball, changeup mix. People can talk about it on the Fox pregame. It depends on your local, but it's all the same coverage in the sense of what Verlander is going to do tonight. His ERA is over 40 innings of work in the World Series, over 6. In a situation you would think if you're Houston and he gives up 3 runs or less, you'd probably take that, wouldn't you? In a situation for Verlander, you know he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, but you also know that it has to weigh in on his mind. As Schwarber launches deep to right field, way hard tied. There you go. Right off the jump, Verlander, first batter in. Schwarber greets him with a home run. I said, punch this over button of the 7.5 and punch it frequently because I think that's what we're going to get. Houston, I think, might have shot themselves in the foot early on the top of the first. I'm not saying it's going to be game breaking because it's still first. I felt like they should have had maybe 2 more runs. Right off the jump, 2 pitches into his day, Schwarber takes Verlander deep, and we are going again. So, again, you have to wonder whether or not you want to hear the same narrative. You're going to keep hearing the same narrative about Verlander. We know he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. We know World Series winner. He's a good pitcher. He's one of the best to ever do it. But when you're in that situation that you've been in, when the ERA has been so high, you don't know what you're going to get from Verlander tonight, other than at least he's going to give up 3 runs or more. I would say that at least. And you're already at a situation where the fireworks haven't spiraled out of control yet, but we're 1-1, bottom of the first with no outs. Rhys Hoskins, he's going to launch one, and that's just foul down the third base line. So this is a situation, again, punch that over button. I think there's going to be a lot of runs, and we'll see, because I'll go bring it to you like this. I got the same numbers in front of me that I did from all these times getting the notes together. 246 for Rhys Hoskins, 30 bombs in the regular season with 79 RBI. Schwarber just launched. Hoskins can do it too. It's an 0-2 count. Fastball misses way up in the zone. And the one thing from Verlander in game 1 was this, in the sense of he got burned with the off-speed pitches. This time, Kyle Schwarber was able to greet him with a fastball and take that just out to the short porch in right field. And this one is hit hard. Yordan Alvarez got a good jump, though, in left field. And Verlander will record his first out. So, hard contact in the first 2 batters. Schwarber just unleashed on the previous pitch as we get a look on it on the Fox Sports feed down the right field line, and he knew it as soon as he made contact with it. And you got to just wonder how much that weighs on Verlander's mind, what adjustments he can make. You're 39 years old at this point. You know what he features. He's a 177 pitcher in the regular season as far as ERA. He's probably winning another Cy Young, but the World Series numbers are something in different totality. So here's a situation with JT Realmuto. Again, his regular season numbers 276, 22 bombs, 84 RBI. Right? But JT Realmuto, over the last 8 at-bats, he struck out 7 times, 3 for 16 in the postseason. 3 for 16 in the series, I should say, with 188 was about 7 strikeouts. So this is a guy that Verlander's got to get. He's ahead 0-1, follows back the fastball again, and that's going to make it 0-2. What's going on, Sean? How are you doing, buddy? On the Twitter Spaces side, it's been very busy on the YouTube side so far. I appreciate everyone that's been following and listening along. And again, I will update where you can follow along in the chat box as soon as this first inning is done. 0-2 against Realmuto. It's going to set the dig in. This has been a familiar sight for JT right now. Almost went with the sinker. They're going to check to make sure he didn't go. He did not. They will check off. And Verlander will head to pitch number 10 of his outing right now. So you're just underway. So most wins postseason all time. Andy Pettit's got 19. John Smoltz has 15. Justin Verlander has 15. And you would think with the 0-7 that he's got going in the World Series for Verlander, you could have that would be a hell of a lot different. Realmuto will sky this one to Jose Altuve lazily. Can of corn to second base, and Altuve makes the catch. 1-1 is your score. Game 5 of the World Series. John Ott here with you. I'm following along on my local Fox Sports feed from the Amazon 4K Fire Stick, but everything is 720p with the local cable. Do you think the Phillies will win the World Series where they are right now? I do think they have an opportunity, Maripol, in the sense of it's Verlander on the mound. I think that they're going to get at least 4 or 5 runs. They'll put themselves in a good situation. I would better be able to answer that question, but I'm going to do it right now. I better be able to do that in the 4th because I want to see what happens with Syndergaard, which I think is fair enough. But yes, I think the Phillies have a significant chance with Verlander on the mound. If Syndergaard can at least do what they say and go 3, possibly 4 innings, maybe give up 2 runs or less, I think Philly would be in a great situation to win right now because all they're going to have to do is win one more game at Minute Maid. But this game has started off with the fireworks early. Thank you for the questions, and I'm going to be watching that stuff going by in the chat section. 0-1 against Harper. Good eye by Bryce as he takes the fastball a little high. So Bryce Harper, career against Justin Verlander, 3 for 8, 3 strikeouts. That includes the postseason numbers there for Game 1. Harper 214 in the World Series, but Harper just about 400 in this postseason. He has been dangerous, and he's got a lot of power. Harper. That was a gorgeous fastball there from Verlander, right on the black, but he did not get the call. What's going on, Sean? I see you on the YouTube side now, so we're going all between the Twitter Spaces and the YouTube side, be able to launch in there. Again, we're just going with the standard face cam. I had all the other notes in front of me before, but I don't know if everybody liked that, so I kind of just went back to the standard stuff so I could follow the chat box, and I'll change the questions and everything else across too. So 3-1 count now. We'll see if Harper's got the green light, I would imagine, for a hitter like him. And two-time NL MVP that Bryce Harper is going to be swinging out of his shoes. Could be an off-speed pitch that Verlander wants to try to get him, but I think Harper will be ready for it. And this time it was called a strike. And Harper says, come on, man, that's not consistent with the strike zone. And I don't think anybody is going to blame Bryce for having a few words because the one before that Verlander didn't get, that should have been called. You got a makeup call there, even higher in the zone, no doubt about it. So that's going to bring it up to a full count side. Again, my camera is not as clean of the audio as it is on the phone side, so bounce in and out where you like. And this one is a ball. Harper takes his walk, and that's going to bring up Nicholas Castellanos, the former Detroit Tiger. Castellanos has been known, in this series at least, for his strong defense, not something that he's been known for throughout his career. But he's been excellent in that regard. And he was one of those ones, again, in Game 1, we got to keep going back to it, that he made the game-saving catch that the Astros could have won in the bottom of the ninth to be able to get to the 10th where JT Realmuto hit the go-ahead home run where Philadelphia ultimately came back and won Game 1 6-5. Castellanos just 3 for 16 in this World Series, but his defense has been known. Castellanos swings out of his shoes. He swung way early on the fastball there from Verlander. And it's 0-1 against Nick. Number 5 batter in the order, Rob Thomson, throughout the World Series. We're in Game 5 right now. He's not changed his order at all. He likes what they feature. A throw over here from Verlander, just keeping Bryce Harper honest as it draws the ire of the crowd. He's not changed his lineup, Rob Thomson, and I don't think he really needs to at this point. You kind of know these two teams from what they know, especially from Philadelphia, is Nick Castellanos. We'll see if Gurriel has a play on it. He does not. Everybody was writing off Philadelphia from the beginning, saying the Astros would win in 5. But when you look at Philadelphia's road, and between the St. Louis Cardinals, the defending champs, Atlanta Braves, the San Diego Padres, they've certainly had the harder road to get to this point. Not saying that Houston isn't a great team. They went 106-56, and they earned their first-round bye, essentially, not to play in the wild card. But Philadelphia, no stranger to difficult competition, and this is their stiffest test right now. 0-2 against Castellanos. Again, he gets underneath this one. Jeremy Pena takes a few steps, and Yordan Alvarez calls off everybody, makes the catch. It's 1-1 after 1. A Schwarber bomb against Verlander. Tied at 1 going to the second inning. Come right back.
Peaceful state. Complete. When you might like it, dancing crew, trip for 2, now the final interview. By Orleans, masterpiece. Inside joke. Art joke. Here is the brand new love. Give me a hug. And what you want to do, the more we want to do. Boosters designed for COVID-19 variants are now available. Brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Okay, so I'll update the chat box, and I will do so after every inning, so that way anyone else that comes in and out of here can see exactly what's going on as far as catching themselves up. Again, I humbly appreciate anyone that bounces in between Twitter Spaces and YouTube tonight. Again, full coverage will be at hopelesssportsguy.wordpress.com. I'm going to take these notes that I put in the chat box and put them in for my game notes, so that way it makes everything else easier to follow along. I see Sean is bouncing in and out of the Twitter Spaces side and the YouTube side, but everything else should be good as far as the YouTube side. You guys let me know if anything is going wrong with the audio.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, like 2 times miles on every purchase. Start canceling. You're being too loud. Thank you. Good choice. You have never heard 5 times miles on flights. Going up. And 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel. Plus, get access to over 1,300 airport lounges. And maybe see the one and only Taylor Swift. Capital One. What's in your wallet?
This Phillies means you're a champion. But this Phillies.
If you want to follow along and get any other coverage, I put that in there as well, as far as Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Instagram handle there. Just in case you guys want to be able to check in, I will check in with your votes. My question here for you, we had 10 votes in already, so I appreciate it. We are rolling along here. Do the Phillies take a 3-2 lead to Minute Maid Park tonight? Out of 10 votes right now, 7 of you say yes and 3 of you say no. I'm going to keep that one up here for another couple innings, and then we'll switch off again with another question. Appreciate all the traffic that's flowing in and out so far. I will be here for the entire night in this contest, and then once this is done, I will be back on Saturday for Game 6. Because we know we at least have that in front of us. Kyle Tucker, back in from the action now, at the top of the second inning, is going to be set to check in for his first plate appearance, batting 5th in the order tonight. Again, it was a critical comment that we have to talk about in the top of the first. It was a Jose Altuve triple and a Jeremy Pena single. It drove in a run there for Jeremy Pena right off the fist, and then it was a critical strike him out, throw him out. And between Alvarez and Pena, off of running and not getting to second base, that could have taken Houston out of an inning, as far as maybe they could have scored at least 3 runs against Syndergaard. He was able to settle down. He was able to get the other out, and it's just 1-1. Verlander was greeted with a leadoff home run by Kyle Schwarber, and that's where we are right now. You can check the YouTube chat box as far as if you're just fluttering in and out. Again, I humbly appreciate it. I will always keep you updated per inning to let you know exactly what's going on. So 1-1 count now against Kyle Tucker. Again, Noah Syndergaard. They're saying he's going to go at least 3 innings. That's what Rob Thomson is hoping for right now. This is his first World Series start. Fastball way outside, and it's going to go to 2-1 now as the count swells for Tucker. So Kyle Tucker, 257 in the regular season with 30 bombs, 107 RBI, 95 strikeouts, 59 walks, 25 stolen bases. Again, I mentioned this several times, but you have to if you're a Houston Astros fan, in the sense of Alvarez and Tucker. Gorgeous curveball, caught the right side of the box and on the black. That Tucker and Alvarez and Bregman, for that matter, will be free agents in the next couple of seasons. They got to make sure Houston does be able to get those guys signed. As Maripol says, King Tuck. And again, he is one of those guys that can do it all. It's a 2-2 count right now. Tucker checks his swing, and I think he went, and Syndergaard will say thank you as he is down on strikes. Big time opportunity there. I think early so far, Houston would like to have his. Yes, he did. It was a defensive swing for Tucker, but I think Houston would like to have a couple of their at-bats back, I would say, here early. But again, we got a long way to go as we're still on the top of the second with 1 out. Noah Syndergaard's only 1 1/3 innings through his day, as Gurriel has an awkward-looking swing as he checks in through the zone and he went too far. So Yuli Gurriel, 38 years of age now, 313 in the World Series with an RBI. This postseason, no strikeouts and 47 plate appearances. And that's just what I was going to say about Gurriel. Maybe not much power anymore, but he will put bat on ball. JT Realmuto discards the mask, makes the catch. 2 up, 2 down here for Syndergaard. So, hey, nice bounce back there after the strike him out, throw him out after giving up the initial first run. We'll see if Syndergaard can get another run here and get out of this unscathed in the top of the second. And that's going to bring up the rookie David Hensley. And as I said before, with Hensley, you need to compile his at-bats that now sit about a total of 35. And this is for a career, not just for the season. For Hensley in Major League Baseball at-bats, 345 in the regular season with a home run and 5 RBI, small sample size. And you don't really know exactly what the 26-year-old is going to be just yet. I mean, maybe you're done growing as far as your potential of a player. But when you have Trey Mancini 0 for 17 with 6 strikeouts and Lemus Diaz 122 for 6 strikeouts, there you go. You need a DH, and Hensley's probably the only other guy that you can put in there for Dusty Baker's squad. So it makes a lot of sense. 0-2 now. Syndergaard gets the roar of the crowd, and you might be able to have a 1-2-3 second inning with a pair of punch outs if you can get Hensley here on the 0-2 count. Hensley will dig in behind. Pitch number 24 against set to deliver here for Noah Syndergaard. Curveball, caught a little too much of the plate down the right field line. Have a look at it as Castellanos, but that one goes way foul to a souvenir of a Phillies fan. Again, I appreciate everyone that's bounced around in between. Is one of my buddies joining in soon? Yeah, I hope so. I hope it's going to be Cooper. In the sense of it, I know that I got a message yesterday that they said they wanted me to call the final out for the historic no-hitter call, and I did not do that, and they were disappointed. I apologize for that side of it, but I think Cooper might be in here to do part of this game. My hope is Maripol on Saturday, at least, when we get to the Game 6, when we get to a potential closeout, that him and I will have a full two-man booth for the whole game, and I'll start the first and switch off every inning, first, third, fifth, seventh, ninth, and he'll call the rest of it. So we'll see what happens. If he does join in, I'll get him in here. So 1-2 is the count now against Hensley. He's trying to work a little bit on Syndergaard. 2 outs. Right now in the top of the second, again, it was 1 run scored off the first 2 batters between Altuve and Pena, and then Schwarber greeted Verlander with a leadoff home run. Swing and a miss for Syndergaard. He does get a couple punch outs in that second inning. He looked good in that second inning. And now the Phillies will go to the bottom of the second, tied at 1. Come right back. And I want to make sure that you see this.
When you upload your resume to Indeed, you get personalized job suggestions based on your skills and preferences.
I want to make sure I send that to you because I do appreciate your support throughout these games. You've been staying in here all the way through, and I humbly appreciate that. So I'm going to refresh the ESPN side of this. Again, I won't go through all of the scores right now. But when I think about something specific for me, and again, I'm not going to not cover the World Series for this, but it was a 1997 Stanley Cup anniversary event on the NHL side for the Detroit Red Wings. A reunion here against the Washington Capitals. Was obviously not able to go to that, which I would have liked to, but the situation is what it is. And the sense of it was a big time reunion, getting all the old players back together there and really enjoying that. And I think now a goal was just called back here that could have been challenged. So 1-1 for the Washington Capitals and the Detroit Red Wings is what I see right now. I think a goal was just called back. So big time anniversary event for the local team. I really appreciate that side of it when that's always shown, because when you have all the great players that are combined together, it doesn't matter between baseball, NBA, NHL, NFL, whatever sport you follow, you have those memories as a child. Again, I'm 35, right? So in the sense of 1997, I was 10 years old when I seen the Red Wings win the Stanley Cup. They were able to go back to back in 97, 98, 2002, and then 2008. Between 97, 98, and 2002, if you follow hockey at all, in the sense of the Red Wings and the Colorado Avalanche and the bitter rivalry that was, again, at hopelesssportsguy.wordpress.com, I do have that documentary. I was able to go through the whole thing and finish it off and put the documentary in some additional thoughts there from the E60 rivalry, Red Wings Avalanche. That's what it's called. It's on ESPN Plus if you ever get a chance to check that out. But my radio version of that documentary has quotes in there from the documentary from 360, but with my initial thoughts on it. So you can check that out at the Hopeless Sports Guy podcast on Spotify or wherever you get it if you're ever interested in that. Alec Bohm is going to lead off here in the bottom of the second inning against Verlander. And immediately swings at the first pitch. Maldonado trying to locate it, and Bregman is going to come all the way back, hustle down the third base line, and make the catch. So now this will bring up the Astros with one out, and the Phillies with one out, and Bryson Stott. Bryson Stott, the number 7 batter, 24 years of age, 10 home runs, 49 RBI, 36 walks. He's got some good defense, and he's one of the guys that Philadelphia was able to hold on to. When you think about Dave Dombrowski, as one of my guest speakers was in here yesterday, again, it was some random guy that hopped in Twitter Spaces, but he was talking about Dave Dombrowski kind of moves us around, is willing to trade prospects to get players, and we knew about that in Detroit. Beautiful looking curveball from Verlander, and Stott could do nothing but watch it go by. As it's now 0-1. We'll see if Verlander is able to settle down. He was able to settle down a little bit in game 1 until he got rocked and gave up the 3 runs and then 2 more. It was a leadoff home run here for Schwarber. Right in on the hands with the fastball. And now here's a chance for Jeremy Pena. He makes the catch. 2 up, 2 down here for Verlander, and I cannot tell you how important that's going to end up being right now. If Verlander can continue to settle down, again, it's not a situation where he wouldn't give up an extra few more runs here and there, because one thing we know about Verlander, not just the World Series numbers, he's a guy throughout his career that can get bit by the home run ball, and that can do a lot of damage to him. So we'll have to see how that happens. So Maripol says if the Astros win, they're going to win this series. I would have a hard time disagreeing with that. I think if they get a 3-2, they might even go to game 7. But I think at that point, the Astros would win. That's what I said. My initial prediction, if you're following along in the stories, I've not changed it. I'm not one of those guys that change it. Once I make one, I make one. My initial prediction was the Astros in 6. That could still be the case, but they got to be able to win 2 more games in a row here. But I absolutely agree with you. If the Astros win tonight, they're going to win this series. I think that that's correct. Whoever wins this game is going to win this series. I think that's fair to say, because I think the Phillies, if they win tonight, they're more than capable of winning another road game in Minute Maid. I think whoever wins this one, I would say this: we're going to see a game 7. I think we're going to get a game 7 on Sunday. We're at least guaranteed a game 6, but we'll see if we get a 7. So Brandon Marsh steps up to the dish as Gene Segura just rocked a single. So he's at first base with 2 outs here. Marsh has been pretty good at the bottom of the order here for the Philadelphia Phillies. Got some surprising power, but from last year, from the Angels, you would know about that. This year, since coming over from the trade, he's been a lot better since coming to the Phillies, but at the same time, his numbers were way down. But anytime you're with the Angels side of it, it's not very good, even when you have some of the best players. This is where the game is at its best. I agree. When you got guys on base and you have the critical selections of what you need to have as far as your pitch and throwing over, that's where he likes to say. Joe Buck is, I would say he's fine as a TV announcer. I mean, he's not my favorite one because he's very monotone. Like some of the Lions games I remember was like touchdown, Megatron, like very, very monotone. Not a lot of reactions there from Buck, but he would make for a fine TV announcer because he doesn't do anything wrong. He's just not very excitable. That's what I would say. I try not to get too excitable unless it actually needs to be. You don't want to be like Gus Johnson, I think. But you also need to find a middle ground. So 2-1 now against Marsh and Verlander. Verlander trying to get out of this with 27 pitches throughout his day. Trying to get there for 2 innings here. Just 1 run given up. Fastball way high. My dad claims that Joe tries to be better than his dad. Yeah, Jack Buck is a all-time announcer. Jack Buck is a legacy, and he is one of those ones that'll never be supplanted by his son. That's just me. Not saying Joe Buck's bad. He makes a lot of money on ESPN, and he's going to be happy with Troy Aikman on that side of it. But I think he was a legendary broadcaster. Again, before my time. The fastball up high, and that is going to bring up Kyle Schwarber, who just hit the bomb in the first inning. Now he's got runners at first and second here, so we'll see if Schwarber can do something even a little more dramatic than he did when he let off that bottom of the first when he launched it to right field. I mean, he got all of it. The foot was down, the timing was there, slammed it down right field. Big opportunity here for Kyle Schwarber one more time. So, Kyle Schwarber. The one thing for Verlander right now, it's 2 outs in the bottom of the second. That could be a saving grace. 26th leadoff home run in World Series history, first by a Phillies batter. There's another stat that I'll have to throw in there as well. So Schwarber is going to get set to dig in here against Verlander. I'm just making sure that I type that. Verlander, beautiful curveball, and he froze Schwarber there. Although that was probably a pitch that was in the middle of the happy zone, but it seems like Schwarber was able to look for a fastball. He wasn't ready for that curveball, but I don't think Verlander can get away with throwing that in the same spot. Another curve that busted him a little inside, and Schwarber had a great eye, was able to lay off there. Yes, so 1924 to 2002, and again, Jack Buck, a situation where, again, he was probably done broadcasting. Again, I was born in 87, done broadcasting before all that stuff. Hey, I appreciate that. We will talk to you. Hopefully you can check out for Game 6 on Saturday. Thank you for the support. 2-1. Schwarber now ahead in the count. Going to get a chance to dig in for a critical early at bat. Runners on first and second against Verlander. Already took him deep with the lead off the top of the first. Schwarber, another curveball. That one misses up high. And the one thing you notice here for Verlander from Game 1 now to Game 5, when he's gotten in trouble, he has been going to his off-speed stuff, and maybe there is no interest in Verlander to pitch to Kyle Schwarber. That's just me. I'm thinking he might be safer here with the walk. And if I'm Schwarber, I'm ready to either take this walk if it's high or swing out of my shoes. And Verlander, no interest in pitching to Schwarber. That is going to load the bases here for the Phillies as Dusty Baker looks on the signs here, and that will bring up Rhys Hoskins. So Rhys Hoskins has a grand opportunity here for a grand slam in a 5-1 lead for the Phillies. Again, it's 1-1. In the bottom of the second, Verlander's got 2 outs, but he's got to be very careful here as Rhys Hoskins going to get set to step up to the dish. 260 with bases loaded. That's 50 at-bats, 2 grand slams, 2 for 9 this season with a home run and 9 RBI. The one saving grace again for Verlander is they get a short meeting on the mound just to make sure they get exactly what they want to do, is that Verlander has 2 outs. But he hangs a pitch. Doesn't even have to be a home run here. It could easily be a double. It could be a shot down the left field or right field line. If you're Hoskins, you want to get something, hopefully not off the end of the bat. If you're him, try to drive it somewhere deep. And he lets it go. He lets it rip on an 87-mile-an-hour off-speed circle change. Hoskins way out in front. He thought about one thing on his mind, and he reached. On an off-speed pitch, Verlander now is ahead in the count 0-1. No mistake what was on Hoskins' mind. Sets and delivers again. Hoskins slams it down the third base line. Verlander with a little bit of quick pitch there against Rhys Hoskins. Now pitch number 36 into his day, trying to get through the inning and two-thirds of work with only one run against so far. Runners on, Hoskins much better. 286, bases empty, 094 in the postseason. 4 home runs and 10 RBI in the 296 with runners on. Segura at third, Marsh at second, Schwarber at first. It's the bases loaded, 0-2 count. Big pitch for Verlander. And it's nice block there by Maldonado. Keeps the runners stationed right where they are. That was exactly what Maldonado had to do right there. He kept it in front of him. He couldn't catch it clean, but he closed that 5-hole there, the hockey term, be able to keep that in front. And Ryan Stanek already getting warm in the bullpen just in case things go south for Dusty Baker's squad. Big pitch, way up high with the fastball near Hoskins' dome, and it's 2-2 now, the count. The bases are juiced with 2 outs. It's Verlander and Hoskins. 1-1 is your score. John Ott here with you for World Series game number 5, the pivotal swing game. Will Houston or Philadelphia take a 3-2 series lead? Verlander delivers. Hoskins punches out. Verlander gets out of the bases loaded jam. We're going to go to the third inning, tied at 1. Verlander, sigh of relief here, and Dusty Baker punches his fist. It's 1-1 after 2. Come right back.
This is the icon of vacation. Icon of the seas, arriving 2024. Movies of dreams that you never forget. $100 for a hobby?
Can you stop calling me home? The Simplemans is the best movie of the year.
So I just updated the chat box one more time as far as what's going on. If anyone else bounces in and out of this contest, I humbly appreciate it on the YouTube and the Twitter Spaces side. Verlander just got out of a bases loaded jam. Did not give up any runs. It was Schwarber. He walked, and then Rhys Hoskins, he struck out. So it's 1-1 after 2 right now. Both runs were given up in the first inning. It was Noah Syndergaard immediately greeted by a leadoff triple by Jose Altuve. Jeremy Pena hits one on the fist, gives Houston a 1-0 lead. Bottom of the inning, Kyle Schwarber leadoff home run against Verlander ties the game at 1. Verlander just gets out of the bases loaded jam in the second inning. And now we will see what happens when we get to the top of the third and the Astros do up. It's going to be Chas McCormick, Martin Maldonado, and Jose Altuve. 8-9-1 for Dusty Baker's squad is set to lead off the third when we get back to it. Humbly appreciate anyone that's been following along on Twitter Spaces on the YouTube side. It's been very active, very busy. I will change the chat section question, I think, in the next inning as well to keep you guys interacted and entertained. So thank you for following along tonight. Back in the official recording here, Noah Syndergaard back on the mound for his third inning of work. He's through 2 innings, only given up 1 run. It's 8-9-1 for Dusty Baker's squad. It'll be Chas McCormick, Martin Maldonado, and Jose Altuve due up in the top of the third. It's tied at 1. Again, early action for Jose Altuve with the leadoff triple. Pena single gave Houston the run. A critical strike him out, throw him out against Alvarez and Pena off the double play. And then Verlander greeted with Schwarber with a leadoff bomb. McCormick going to put this to right field, weak fly ball into Castellanos. No trouble. Falls right into his glove for 1 out. But that was your score reset. That's where we are right now. They're showing Rhys Hoskins pitch sequence against Justin Verlander, and man, that was as critical as could be as early in this contest. And a hopeful for Justin Verlander, number 35, must see JV a confidence boost as far as everything else that's going, knowing that he can get in the fire and get himself out of it. Maldonado gets set to dig in. The gorgeous fastball there for Syndergaard. Again, he's not throwing 102 anymore, but 95 when it's dotted is one of those situations where it's just as good. Dusty Baker, the ninth manager to win pennants in both the American League and the National League, so the junior and senior circuit here for Baker. Curveball, buckle Maldonado, but that was a ball way inside, about 7 feet, as Maldonado had to back out of the way. 222 for Maldonado in this World Series, 217 in the postseason so far. His numbers in the regular season are 186, so a little bit of a spike there for Maldonado, hitting above that Mendoza line. The Mendoza line for catchers was above the 200 side, or at least he's at 222. So 2 1/3, 2 hits, 1 earned run, 4 strikeouts. First 2 batters, 2 for 2 with a double and a run. Since 0 for 6 and 4 strikeouts for Syndergaard. So maybe some early settling in a night that isn't going to be extremely long here. As there's the hammer for Thor right now, the Phillies fans, as another knuckle curve misses way out of the strike zone. Again, I said early you want to punch that over/under button at 7.5. Maybe that started to settle down. You thought maybe possibly Houston ran themselves out of a couple runs in that first, and Verlander really got out of some potential damage. So that could potentially change where the over/under is going to be. Maldonado with the fastball, lazy here for Marsh. He's going to be able to go over and catch that one. So 2 up, 2 down for Noah Syndergaard. So, hey, for Rob Thomson, you got to feel pretty good about what the starter is doing right now in his first ever start in the World Series for Thor. So that's going to bring up Jose Altuve. So his numbers in the regular season, 32 years of age, 300 batting average, 28 bombs, 57 RBI, 87 strikeouts, 66 walks. He is a flat-out beast. We know him. No matter everything that's going on with all the stuff with the Houston Astros and the Boston Red Sox, you want to throw them in there as well. We know what's happened with all of them, but I would say as long as he's able to on that ballot, Jose Altuve will be a first ballot Hall of Famer. He is that type of guy. He's the straw that stirs the drink, and this time he finally got a chance to see in Game 5 exactly what that can be with a leadoff triple, scoring the Astros the first run with a single after that from Jeremy Pena. So ball just outside with the slider, and we'll do this again. 1-0 is the count. So most extra base hits in postseason history, he's got 41, tied with Big Papi. Manny Ramirez is 48. Alex Rodriguez, I think it's at 51, but I need to double check that. That went too quickly. Nice backdoor cutter there at 89, and that's one of those pitches there for Syndergaard. I think you only throw those if you're feeling supremely confident. As Altuve, you can see him looking at that and checking his swing, but there really wasn't much you could do with it. Welcome back here, Marpool. I'm glad you can get back on the stream. 1-1. This one, Altuve, is going to follow it back. He was a little bit out in front of that curve. So it's been a curve, it's been a backdoor slider, and it's been a predominant fastball here for Syndergaard. So anywhere from 95 to about 76 miles per hour is the featured range so far that we see. Again, Syndergaard used to be up about 102. Yeah, you always have to clean up after the pets, no doubt about that, and get them all taken care of. It's very important. They love you back. Bryson Stott to Altuve, throw over. Good job there by Noah Syndergaard. And it's a relatively quiet top of the third there for the Houston Astros. That will bring up the Phillies. It's going to start with JT Realmuto when we come back into the action. Stay tuned. What pets do you have? You got some dogs, some cats? Do you have any other kind of pets? Again, some people that live out on the farm side of it have a lot more to deal with too. So You never know about all that. I know my cousin is one of those that tends to all that stuff. She's got cows, she's got pigs, um, all different kinds of stuff. So 2 cats and 1 dog. So you got a nice big happy family. That's nice. It'll be JT Realmuto and Bryce Harper and Nick Castellanos, the meat of the order for Rob Thompson's squad when we come back in from the break. And again, when we get to that portion of it, I will go ahead and update everybody else in the chat box as far as what goes on. I'll do that for every inning. And also in the mix of that chat box, if you want to follow along and scroll around, I have Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube handle of John Ryan Ott, and Instagram at TVU Gunslinger. That one had to be a gamer tag because somebody took my name on that side of it. So let's read this statement. I know this isn't baseball related. I'm going to read this to you guys. So this is on Kyrie Irving. Over the last several days, we've made repeated attempts to work with Kyrie Irving to help him understand the harm and danger of his words and actions, which began with him publicizing a film containing deeply disturbing anti-Semitic hate. We believe that taking the path of education in this challenging situation would be the right one, and thought we made progress with our joint commitment to eradicating hate and intolerance. We were dismayed today when given an opportunity in a media session. Kyrie Irving refused to unequivocally say he has no anti-Semitic beliefs nor knowledge on specific hateful millennium in the film. This was not the first time that he had the opportunity but failed to clarify. Such failure to disavow anti-Semitism when given a clear opportunity to do so is deeply disturbing and is against the values of our organization and constitutes conduct detrimental to the team. Accordingly, we are in the view of that he is currently unfit to be associated with the Brooklyn Nets. We have decided that Kyrie will serve a suspension without pay until he satisfies a series of objective remedial measures that address the harmful impact of his conduct, and the suspension period served is no less than 5 games. So that was according to the Brooklyn Nets off their direct statement. I heard about some of that over the last couple times with this just disturbing talks there with reporters. Again, a guy that he's got his own beliefs, but he feels like he's a lot more up here than he actually is, I think. He's not about basketball. He's not about his teammates. So Verlander, I had an account against Realmuto. It's the meat of the order for Rob Thompson's squad. 1-1 now as the fastball just misses outside about 2 or 3 feet. So I thought I would bring that to your guys' light. News is always breaking around here, even in the middle of the World Series. So 1-1 now against Realmuto. Realmuto, again, 21 stolen bases, which is of top marks of catchers. And again, this one is fouled right off the mask of Martin Maldonado. They're going to make sure he didn't get his bell rung, and they're going to do this one more time. So 1-2 now. Realmuto over the last, I would say now 8 of 9. I don't have the official counter in front of me. It's been nothing but strikeouts here since the heroics in Game 1. Again, Rob Thompson has not changed where he puts Realmuto in this lineup. I don't think you need to right now, all things considered, but you'd like to see Realmuto percolate a little bit more and not get so behind in the count. This one, he just lays off and the fastball down in the dirt. I think we're going to get into the same situation here, Maripol. Let me see if I understand your question. Is there going to be a rematch? I think we're going to see a Game 7 in this series. I think that's going to end up happening. And then, do I see Houston and Philadelphia maybe going back to back next year? I don't know. That one I would say no right away, is my guess, because Philadelphia wasn't supposed to be here. When you're thinking about Joe Girardi and Rob Thompson taking over from the 22-29 side of it, I know Dave Dombrowski did the job, and you have JT Realmuto and Bryce Harper and Zach Wheeler and Aaron Nola. You got some heavy hitters. You got a lot of team on that side of it that cannot really move around. They're locked in. It's up for them to be able to compete and do everything they have to do. I'm going to say no. I think Houston has the potential to go back there. I still say their window's open, but for Philadelphia, I'm going to say no. They win this one. It's the most important thing right now. And then I think everybody in the city of Philadelphia, after this World Series is done, they can turn their attention back to the undefeated Philadelphia Eagles. So 0-1 is the count against Bryce. Harper was able to draw a walk against Verlander in his previous plate appearance. Those are just my thoughts. What do you think, though, Mark? Pitch number 45 here in the Verlander's outing. Fastball high. And again, in between Schwarber after the leadoff home run, and anytime we see Bryce Harper, you kind of get the feeling here for JV that he's pitching a little careful. Again, he's still got the velocity, and the 39-year-old, he ramps up as the game goes along. He starts in the 94 range, gets up to about 97 now still. No longer throwing 102 as Verlander, but you want to be very careful for Harper, for Verlander here to make sure he didn't go. And no, he didn't. You're not really thinking rematch either. I'm not. I appreciate your question because I think it is a good one. I think it's very possible that one of these teams gets back, but I'm not going to say both. I would say more so Houston. 2-1 against Harper. Fastball, little high. He was going to try to put this down the left field line. It looks like the chain was caught up a little bit in his at bat there. Harper's going to tuck this one into his jersey. Am I lagging a little bit? Hopefully this will catch itself back up on that side. Hopefully I can edit this a little bit as well. But hopefully it clears back up. Let me know if that continues. Or I'm probably just getting spammed in the chat section is what's happening right now. 3-2, as I see that just splurred all across the screen. Sorry, folks. That's probably what it is. I'm just getting spammed by chat right there. 3-2 against Harper. Let's see what happens here. Good job. Fastball inside. Harper able to draw his walk again. It is now 2 straight walks for Bryce, as Verlander again wanted to be very careful as far as what he wants to do there. Again, thank you to anyone that's followed along on the YouTube and the Twitter Spaces side. If you're just checking in right now, it's bottom 3. Nick Castellanos is up at the dish right now as Bryce Harper just drew the walk. All fastballs really against Bryce Harper. See what Nick Castellanos will go for. He was caught fishing there on an off-speed pitch as they throw back on Bryce. And again, in between the intermediate reactions of yesterday when I had a guest in here that just popped in Twitter Spaces, he was saying that Harper is battling a little bit of a leg issue, and that's why they're kind of throwing over there. That was insider information that I was not aware of. So Castellanos now set for the first pitch. He's going to take a fastball right into the happy zone, and he's going to watch that one go by. And it's 0-1 now here for JV. First pitch strikes for Verlander, 13 of 14. Very efficient so far. That's exactly what you would want in this situation. Nick Castellanos going to get set to dig back in. He ropes this one, but jumping and catching it is Jeremy Pena. What a play on the short base side as he made that look easy. That could have been a long reach with a little mix of an intermittent jump. We'll take a look at the Fox feed there. And yeah, he left his feet just a little bit to get that reach. What a play there by Pena. He snow-coned it and made it look a little easy, a little too easy there for Pena's side of it. Some good defense to help out his pitcher on the mound. And Nick Castellanos, I mean, you couldn't do much more. He was going to rip that down the left field line. So big second out now for Justin Verlander, and we'll bring up Alec Bohm. See what happens here with Bohm as Verlander is going to be pitch number 52 into his evening. Fastball. This is a little bit high. That was a nice play, and that definitely deserves a few claps there, Marple, for Jeremy Pena. That's some incredible defense there, and not to mention I know it's early in the game, but for Verlander, be able to get his confidence, be able to continue to settle in when your defense makes plays behind you, I think that just skyrockets your pitching confidence, does it not? 1-0 now on Bohm. Way out front of the off speed. That was a little bit of a circle change there. And that was in a good spot to crush, but Bohm was looking for the fastball. He was way out in front of it. 192 in the postseason here for Bohm. Again, a couple games removed from the 1,000th home run in World Series history. He's going to want to improve on that now. Bryce Harper's at first with the walk. Boom. And Pena can't make that one. That was a diving play. And now it's first and second as a solid single. And who knows, with the previous Castellanos at bat, there could have been something in a situation where we could have bases juiced or maybe even a run scored. So Pena's play right now has at least saved one run, as it's now, again, traffic on the base paths, although it's 2 outs one more time with runners on first and second. It's Bohm at first. It's Harper at second, courtesy of the walk. So now that'll bring up Bryson Stott. Again, the 24 years of age, 234, 10 home runs, 49 RBI, 36 walks. He's got some good defense. This is a critical at bat for Bryson right now. He's going to need to dig in and make some contact. He can't continue to whiff. He's going to put this one toward lazy right field side, and King Tuck will make the catch. And after 3, we're still tied at 1. Come right back. We're going to get into the 4th inning action in a moment when we return.
Is plaque psoriasis making you rethink your everyday choices? Otezla is a pill, not a cream or injection, that can help people with plaque psoriasis achieve clearer skin. And no routine blood test required. Don't use if you're allergic to Otezla. Otezla can cause serious allergic reactions. It may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Otezla is associated with an increased risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur. Tell your doctor about your medicines and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Doctors have been prescribing Otezla for over 8 years. Don't hesitate. Ask your doctor about Otezla today.
We make a new bet around every 2 seconds. Not on every game, but on the game of life. Betting with luck is just a swipe away. Betting on picking up that curious hitchhiker during the bowling pass. And betting that he doesn't turn out to be a cornhole prodigy. Every moment in life is a bet. But life doesn't offer you up to $1,000 back in free bets.
I just updated the chat box there as far as we're through 3 innings of play. I'm going to change my question here. So with 11 votes, we have the Phillies taking a 3-2 series lead. Oh, I always hate when that happens when you're having some stomach issues. Hopefully that ends up happening here quickly. You don't miss the majority of the game in there, because I hate when that happens. I'm a little bit of lactose intolerant myself.
some pitches, I mean, awful. And then for whatever reason, with 2 strikes, he's been able to hit his pitch, take a couple
Okay.
of pitches that they
Back in the action right now, it's 0-1 against Jeremy Pena. Syndergaard's still out there. They were saying that maybe he would only go 3 or 4. Starting the 4 now. Pena will put this one down the Astros dugout side of it, and we'll do it again, 0-2 against Jeremy Pena. I put a new question up there. This one's going to be, again, we will put a reiteration on the, do the Astros score the next run of this contest? I'll leave that one up there so far. We ended up, do the Phillies take a 3-2 lead to Minute Maid Park in 11 votes? 72% of you said yes. Pena, again, this is a off-speed pitch, and this one gets fouled off, and Pena stays 0-2 on the count, and this is going to get set to really, in this inning, bring up the meat of the order here for the Astros between Pena, Alvarez, and Bregman, at least 2 up right now. So, top 4. Syndergaard pitch number 2 right now. It's a score tied at 1-1. Good looking sinker there, but just missed outside. John Ott here with you, commenting on Game 5 of the World Series. We are tied at 2 in between the Astros and the Phillies. I appreciate it on the YouTube side, on the Twitter Spaces side. It's been busy here tonight for you guys following along, and I humbly appreciate it. 2-2 now, fastball down low and between the legs for Pena. And now that's where the count is as Rob Thomson looks on, chewing that double bubble gum, as Cooper Hopkins would like to say. That was almost a tongue twister there. I don't know if I want to do that again. Brogdon will be due up in the bullpen here just in case. As this one is hung. This one is deep toward the left field side. Pena at the track with Schwarber. It's gone! Jeremy Pena with a solo shot. And the Astros take the lead 2-1. That was sandblasted out of there. And Syndergaard caught too much of the plate there with a lazy knuckle curve pitch that was just too much damage. That's all else you can say about it right now. That was in a spot that it shouldn't have been. And Jeremy Pena makes the Philadelphia starter Noah Syndergaard pay. The Astros take a 2-1 lead. And whoever voted yes, and again, I know that was Marple, you got it correctly. I just put that up there. I might have to change my question again immediately after that, because Syndergaard now might be exiting, going to the showers here. They expected him to get maybe through 3. Jeremy Pena greeted him with the off-speed pitch for a home run as Jose Altuve loves it. And I think we're getting a pitching change right now. Come right back. It's 2-1 Astros, the top of the 4th. We get a pitching change.
For me, about to steal half this guy's stuff. Huh? You bet you fans got some cum. Twice straight in front of you. The Jersey Mike's Street. A simple player. It's always been about brand for us. It always will be. We're guided by its hustle.
So if you're just joining in on the YouTube side, we've gone to commercial break as Rob Thompson's going to his bullpen. Syndergaard gets to 3 innings, but he gives up couple runs, the latest one courtesy of Jeremy Pena with the solo shot. It's 2-1 for the Astros. So in the middle of our pitching change, we're in a commercial break. Noah Syndergaard departs. He gives up 2. Jeremy Pena Greets him with a solo shot here in the fourth inning. We're in the top of the fourth with nobody out. And that will bring up Yordan Alvarez due up next when we get our pitching change. I'll let you know about it. And then when we get to the fourth inning, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break and then jump right back in the action. If Cooper Hopkins does join in on the Twitter Spaces side, he can take part of the call as well. But until then, I will be here with you. Full game story at hopelesssportsguy.wordpress.com. So Astros now in front 2-1 as Connor Brogdon comes in. He's going to get set to face Yordan Alvarez. Again, now it's a minimum of 3 pitcher outing right now, 3 batter outing here. So Brogdon is going to have to go in between the meat of the order here between Alvarez, Bregman, and Tucker. And we will see where that goes. It's 0-1. Big swing by Alvarez. He laughed when he said that you were a Cardinal fan. He goes, I don't blame you in the sense of wanting the Astros to win because obviously you don't want to see the Phillies win because they beat your team. So he laughed, and we had a good laugh about that one. I appreciate that. I did make sure to mention that. 0-2 against Alvarez now against Brogdon. He just got summoned from the bullpen here. Syndergaard just departed. And this one's way down. Blocked there by JT Realmuto, although there was nobody on base. And we'll do this again. John Ott here with you. I'm on my local Fox feed streaming the game here. Obviously, I can't show it on the YouTube side, otherwise I'd get canned on that side of it, but I'm just giving you the live play-by-play. Again, it's always NHL, NBA, Major League Baseball coverage, and college affiliate stuff from me. So you can get that at Hopeless Sports Guy podcast and also hopelesssportsguy.wordpress.com with the story tonight. Pitch in toward the face of Alvarez as he's got to go all the way back. And we will do this again. 2-2 now is the count against Alvarez. So once this game is done, I'm going to give you the complete game story and coverage, and then I will be back for Saturday for another broadcast of Blues. We know we're going to get Game 6. We don't know if we're going to get Game 7 just yet in this pivotal swing game. Alvarez swings right through the fastball. He reaches in the upper nether regions of the strike zone. He's out, and that's going to bring up Alex Bregman. So when they show Pena and they show Syndergaard again, you're in a situation where he was timing up that off-speed pitch, and then when you go ahead and you throw those in the strike zone, he's waiting on that breaker, and that caught way too much of the plate, and that's why Syndergaard had the look of just disgust on his face, and Pena was doing one of these because, I mean, you're going to continually throw me that pitch, I'm going to hit it out. You got the supreme confidence from the 24-year-old. So Alex Bregman, the number 4 batter in the lineup here for Dusty Baker's squad. The Houston Astros have just taken the lead. It's 2-1 right now in a World Series game number 5, game number 5 that's tied dose to dose here. Bregman takes the pitch up high, and it's 1-1. So Connor Brogdon, another one of those guys in Rob Thomson's bullpen that can feature some good fastball between 96 97 and some good off-speed stuff. The Phillies bullpen, I should say, was a little bit blemished last night because when Aaron Nola had to depart with the bases loaded, Jose Alvarado didn't get a lot of time to warm up as Bregman hits this to deep left field. This goes off the top of the wall. Bregman's going to race in with a double, and the ball gets by. But Bregman is not going to go more than second base. He just missed hitting a home run. I was going to say the Phillies were just finally blemished yesterday on their bullpen side, and they might have an opportunity to be blemished again as Brogdon serves up the triple. This is an off-speed pitch that's hammered right off the base of the wall, right off the piping of the fence just before the yellow line. Just missed a home run in the matter of inches. Did Alex Bregman as it bounced off the fence and stayed in the ballpark, bounced past Schwarber. They get this one in just toward the first base side, and it holds Bregman to a second base side, and you can see some damage on the fence side of where the ball had actually hit. So that was a good look there by the Fox camera feeds, when they haven't really shown a lot of camera feeds in the World Series. So Kyle Tucker due up next now as he takes a ball up high. 0 for 1 in this game with a strikeout in the second inning. 233, 3 home runs, 6 RBI for Tucker. Again, he was the hero of Game 1 of the World Series that should have honestly been an Astros win when they lost 6-5. He had 3 base hits, including 2 bombs and 4 RBIs. And Tucker drills this one foul down the right field line. It had the distance. He was just out in front of that off-speed pitch. That would have made it 4-1. He smoked that thing down the line. My goodness. So not only did Alex Bregman just miss a home run, Kyle Tucker, I mean, it might have missed that one about 8 or 9 feet, but he certainly got all of that ball as he hooked it foul. Tucker will get a chance to dig back in. 1-1. Gorgeous pitch there by Brogdon. Tucker doesn't like the call. He knows he got busted in with the fastball, and it was a ball, but I do like the pitch selection from Brogdon. You want to make sure that Tucker cannot get his hands extended. And that was maybe a call they didn't like for the Astros side, but that was a call that was a lot closer to be called a strike rather than some ones that have not been. I would say that. Brogdon goes with the off-speed pitch about 5 feet from the bottom of the strike zone, and we'll do this again as Tucker's count swells to 2-2 now. 303 with runners in scoring position in the regular season, 8 bombs, 75 RBI. That's a lot of damage there for Tucker, 934 OPS, and he can certainly attempt to blow this game wide open if he can at least get Bregman over here, get an extra run. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Brogdon able to get Tucker out in front of the off-speed pitch. Big time strikeout there for the Phillies bullpen. So let me go ahead. I want to make sure that I go ahead and throw this in there. As far as I know, you've mentioned this, and I want to just throw this in the broadcast and make sure that I catch what you're throwing down. So let's see. So Bruce Sutter, split finger ace and Hall of Famer, dies at 69. That was just last month, the St. Louis Cardinals legend. And I want to scroll through this here. He had played in an era where closers routinely get more than 3 outs. He threw more than 1 inning in 188 of his saves when the team's pitched more than 100 times in a season. So there you go. Commissioner Rob Manfred said he was deeply saddened by the passing of Bruce Sutter. He was the first pitcher to reach the Hall of Fame without starting a game and was one of the key figures who foreshadowed how to use relievers would revolve. And again, when you're going back to that, you got guys that you say closers, they're going to go out there and get you as many outings as they can. Chad Sutter said his father didn't suffer, and he went quick and he went peaceful, surrounded by all his loved ones. So there was something there for Bruce Sutter for the St. Louis Cardinals legend, his former passing on last month. Throw that in on the broadcast side of it. That was a definite winner, says Marple. I agree with you on that side. Swing and a miss. Brogdon gets Gurriel, and he also gets, in the previous pitch of Kyle Tucker, back-to-back strikeouts. Limits the damage. Jeremy Pena gets a solo shot, but nothing more. Astros take the lead as we head to the bottom of the fourth. 2-1 is your score in Game 5. Astros up. Come right back. So I was glad I was able to do that for you, Maripol. Try to hopefully not butcher that during the live portion of the game, but I want to respect you because you've been respecting me all throughout this broadcast and following along. I have to get another score reset for my local hockey team here. Where are we at right now? I think this game has officially ended, so I will get into the box score. Not ended. It's 1-1 between the Red Wings and the Capitals. Let me take a look at who scored. I know there was a goal that was called back, so Alex Ovechkin gets his 6th of the season from Evgeny Kuznetsov as he's continually trying to chase Wayne Gretzky. Lucas Raymond on the power play. His 3rd of the season from Dominic Kubalik and David Perron. What else is new? Got 4:54 left to go in the 3rd. Whew. Let me go through some of these NHL scores here. I'll get the scoreboard going. So Golden Knights, they're in a high-scoring affair with the Senators. They're currently up 5-4. As Vegas trying to go, I believe, 10-2 on the season. Boston would go 10-1 with a win. Lightning have the lead over the Hurricanes 3-2. That's a high-profile hockey matchup early in the season right now. Lightning have rebounded nicely. Now they're 6-4. Hurricanes 6-2-1. Bruins and Rangers tied at 1. Again, the Bruins are 9-1 on the season. Islanders just destroying the Blues. So the Blues started the season 3-0, right? 3 wins, no losses. They're in danger of losing their 6th straight. What's going on in St. Louis over there right now? But again, you know, from several years ago, it was worst to first from January in 2019 and winning the Stanley Cup. Blues are a very good team. You figure they'd figure it out, but they gave up 4 unanswered in the second. Canadians and Jets tied at 2 with 6:27 in the second. And in the first were scoreless between the LA Kings and the Chicago Blackhawks. Scoreless between the Predators and Flames. Maybe that's where Cooper Hopkins is right now. Calgary Flames are his team. Flames need to rebound after losing 2 straight games. Scoreless with the Preds. Scoreless between the Devils and the Oilers as they're just underway. And can't get through all of them yet as we'll get back into our official score on the MLB side and get back into our action here. So Justin Verlander going to get set to do battle here with Gene Segura, Brandon Marsh, and then the top of the order there with Jose Altuve. So 2-1 is your score as it's now 1-1 against Gene Segura as he takes the off-speed pitch for a ball. I cannot say that's where he is right now, but that is my guess. He's a busy, very busy man, so he's trying to jump in and out. Again, the hockey broadcast is a lot shorter than a Major League Baseball broadcast. Segura fights this one off. Going to be a tough play for Pena. Got to race and catch and throw. Beautiful defense there by Pena. Gets Segura at first. So he's already made a jumping catch. He was able to supplant that one and run toward the shortstop side, get a nice throw and transfer over there to Yuli Gurriel. That's exactly how you do it. You get it in and out of the glove. You make the play. Jeremy Pena makes that look beautiful, makes that look easy. Now, Martin Maldonado will be due up in the bottom of the order. We're going to go through a second time around for Dusty Baker's squad once Maldonado was done. And yes, the ball was in the glove before stepping on the bag, and the Astros have to love that play right there. No doubt about it. Great gold glove play there by Pena. So pitch number 59 is a gorgeous curve at the top of the zone. And Verlander lost the transfer of the baseball. Pena going to go back up and just casually toss this here to his starter. And pitch number 60. And Verlander's outing here is going to be upcoming. Rookie of the World Series, Jeremy Pena. I think that's very well said on your part. There doesn't have to be any type of awards, but Rookie of the World Series, I would definitely say Jeremy Pena, and then also say Carlos Correa, who at this point here for the Astros, because he's been Mr. Everything right now. Very well said on your part. Ball upstairs on Brandon Marsh. That swells the count to 1-1. Again, Marsh, when you're thinking about some of his abilities here, again, I have the wrong side of my notes up in front of me. I apologize. 288 hitter, 3 home runs, 15 RBI for Marsh, and he's got that long beard. He swings way up and out of the strike zone on a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and he was a little bit late on that one, a little bit unsure of what he wanted to do. First rookie shortstop to hit a home run in the World Series. There you go, Jeremy Pena. 1-2 is the count against Marsh. We'll see if Marsh can be a little more disciplined in this pitch. Fastball right on the black, and he's going to take a seat as Verlander punches him out. And that'll go back to the top of the order there and Kyle Schwarber. 29 years of age, 218 in the regular season for Schwarber, but he does got 46 home runs and 94 RBI. a legitimate power threat. 200 strikeouts on the season will tell you he's feast or famine, but he also has 86 walks. It was his home run that got the Phillies tied in the bottom of the first with the leadoff shot when Jose Altuve got the triple and Jeremy Pena drove in the first run. We'll see what Schwarber can do here. 1-for-1 with a home run and a walk. Schwarber takes the first pitch. It was a circle change, darting out of the zone. Schwarber will spit on it. Again, home run and a walk here for Schwarber in this contest. 224 average, 5 home runs and 9 RBIs in the postseason. So he's the man that supplies the power. He leads it, lets it all hang out right now, and he leads the way. 1-0. Curveball slammed down the first base side of the Phillies dugout. It's 1-1 now. So Verlander, I think right now, the Astros fans would take this, and so would his team. He's only given up 1 so far through 3 2/3. Again, that can all change. Verlander's pitch count's starting to get up there now for where he is. Pitch number 65, although it's 2 outs. 1-1 pitch, curveball nicely up in the zone. And it seems like when he throws that 12-6, they're looking for that fastball, and he freezes some of these Phillies hitters. So Pena, first rookie shortstop at home run in the World Series. Schwarber, third career postseason leadoff home run, ties MLB record. Verlander, 3 2/3 innings pitched, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 4 walks, and 3 strikeouts. That was a ball, just a little low there with the circle change, and Schwarber's got a nice eye. Are we doing wiffle ball again? Yeah, that's what it certainly seems like in the sense of these balls. Baseballs are getting blasted down the right field line, down the left field line. They're just getting smacked when it's an off-speed pitch. Lots of power and some potential home runs that were missed that were just dragged a little bit late in foul side. And holy cow, what a curveball there for Verlander. Schwarber was not ready for that one. Kate Upton loves it. I guess so do I, because I saw Kate Upton. It's 2-1 after 4. Come right back. We'll go to the 5th.
It's always fun we need it.
Very loyal. That's why I choose Bucks.
They have it all. And with Tudor Dixon as governor, wealthy Michiganders like Betsy DeVos will have even more. Because Tudor Dixon's so-called tax swap would reward wealth, giving huge tax breaks to the rich, but could mean higher taxes on you, higher sales taxes, higher property taxes, even taxing your vacation, if you could still afford one. The rich have it all. And with Tudor Dixon's tax swap sending big breaks their way, you could have less.
I'm Macomb County Executive Mark Adler. If you want to get things done, you gotta have the right team. Democrat, Republican, it shouldn't matter. As long as they're willing to help move Michigan forward. My friend Kevin Hurtel is that kind of leader.
Like Mark, I work with anyone, Republican or Democrat, to get the job done. That's why I stood up to my party to give working people a tax cut and to support our police.
Kevin Hurtel, independent leadership for Macomb County. For Michael McDonald, it's one bad idea after the other. I'll have another.
I'll be right back, folks.
Michael McDonald drove drunk and ran his car into a motorcyclist who lost a leg in the wreck. McDonald lied to police, claiming to have had 1 drink, but blew twice the legal limit. And in the legislature, McDonald voted to make it easier to sweep drunk driving convictions under the rug. Michael McDonald, not the sober, responsible leadership we need.
Kevin Hurtel just doesn't care about Michigan families. In Lansing, Hurtel backed higher taxes on paychecks, cell phones, even car insurance. But get this, Hurtel didn't pay his own taxes and had his wages garnished. You paid more in taxes, he didn't pay his. Worse, Kevin Hurtel voted to allow COVID-positive patients to be transferred into nursing homes filled with our loved ones. Hurtel voted against a policy that could have saved lives. We can't trust Kevin Hurtel in Lansing.
Michael McDonald drove drunk and ran his car into a motorcyclist who lost a leg in the wreck. McDonald lied to police, claiming to have had 1 drink, but blew twice the legal limit. And in the legislature, McDonald voted to make it easier to sweep drunk driving convictions under the rug. Michael McDonald, not the sober, responsible leadership we need.
All
Saturday on Fox, the champion will be crowned as LAFC takes on the Philadelphia Union for the 2022 MLS Cup. Saturday at 3:30 Eastern, 12:30 Pacific, right here on Fox and the Fox Sports app. And not just the Phillies and Eagles, the Union as well. Having a wonderful year. Could have two champions crowned on Saturday on Fox. One at Game 6 of the World Series Saturday night. David Hensley comes on first pitch from Harper. Hensley starting his 8th major league game here.
So David Hensley, as we're back underneath the action, it's all one count as Connor Brogdon is still out there right now. 18 pitches into his outing. We've hit the top of the 5th inning. Jeremy Pena has just given Houston the lead. Jeremy Pena has got both runs scored in this game right now. The Jose Altuve triple to lead off the first. Pena singled him in, and then Pena hit the solo shot in the 4th. So we're going to go ahead as Maripol has given me some hockey updates, so I appreciate that as we go along. I'm going to go ahead and have to see what happens between the Red Wings and the Capitals when we get a moment. Hensley pitches a little low. He bites on that one. So 1-2 count here for Connor Brogdon. No, I appreciate that. Please do. We can chat in the comments section. I have no issues. I follow that just like anyone else does. Big swing by Hensley, and Brogdon has looked salty since coming out of the bullpen. That was an off-speed pitch up the curve. Hensley was looking for the fastball way out front. His 4th strikeout. So I am looking right now as it's Jose Alvarado getting up in the bullpen. I think Bellotti as well. 3-1, the Red Wings have the lead over the Washington Capitals, and that's going to make me happy. So empty net goal. So the Red Wings will get a big win. As this goes, Bohm for McCormick, and that's easy as you like there for Brogdon as he throws that over there. Big time night where all the special players were out on the ice celebrating. So good opportunity there for the Red Wings to get the win against Alex Ovechkin and the Capitals. They needed it. So Martin Maldonado, that's going to bring up the bottom of the order there for Dusty Baker's squad. With to go 3 up and 3 down for Connor Brogdon. He's been excellent since he's come out of the bullpen in relief with Noah Syndergaard. No doubt about it. 186 in the regular season. He's about a 220 hitter in the postseason right now. Maldonado 0 for 1 in this contest. Curveball up high. Who do I think is going to win the Stanley Cup? Well, last season, again, if you can follow along with stuff on YouTube when we get closer to May and June, I will be all over the Stanley Cup playoffs at that point. Colorado and Tampa Bay, that was a hell of a series. I think we can get Colorado again. I think Colorado is the favorite for a reason. Back-to-back Stanley Cup winners. I would not be surprised if they're all the way back there again. And on the East, that's a dogfight. I couldn't even tell you who's going to do it on the East right now, but I think Colorado can definitely repeat. I would say that for right now. I know it's an easy button to hit, but that team's way too good and way too loaded to have any sort of letdown. May and June is always nice. Again, I do periodically when the World Series is done, we'll get back to the normal coverage. Big swing through there for Maldonado off the fastball as he was bunched up inside off Brogdon's pitch. But when we get to May and June in specific, I'm going to be there pretty much every game doing a different team. When we get to the Stanley Cup Finals, we're covering every game at that point. I will not miss it. That is always very high action, high caliber, and there'll be a lot more yelling. 1-2. Swing and a miss through the curve. Brogdon strikes out the side almost. You got another 2. And when the only other one that was one play there from Chas McCormick to Bohm, but a pair of strikeouts again, just like a pair of strikeouts in the previous inning. And Brogdon has been good. Bryce Harper due up next, trying to get the Phillies back to a tie. It's a 2-1 lead for the Astros. Let's get everybody some NBA scores, but it looks like there's only 2 of them here tonight. It was Denver and OKC currently underway on NBA TV. The Nuggets and Nikola Jokic have a 3-point lead, 91-88. And Orlando upset Golden State, 130-129. So I guess it's really not a basketball night here tonight when the World Series ends, but an NHL night. We'll go back to the full scoreboard here. So Red Wings get a big win over the Capitals, go to 5-3-2 on the season. Caps fall to 5-5-2. Golden Knights and Senators still in a high-scoring contest. It's 5-4. Knights trying to hold on the final 4 minutes of the contest. Hurricanes and Lightning, again, if I wasn't doing the World Series, probably covering that game tonight because that is just two really good teams playing. 3-3. Lightning scored 3 goals in the second period. Hurricanes have a marker in each period. Bruins all over the Rangers, 4-2 with 9 minutes left to go in the third. They're trying to go to 10-1 in the season, getting 18 and a possible 20 points. Seattle Kraken trying to go ahead in their second year as an expansion franchise, get a win over the Wild. They're up 3-0 after 2 periods. Islanders 4-1 against the Blues. I know Maripol told me that one on that side of it. Blues are going to lose potentially 6 straight games. Tied at 2 between the Canadiens and the Jets. Still tied at 0 between the Kings and Blackhawks. Preds got a 1-0 lead over the Flames. That will not make a very happy Cooper Hopkins if he joins in. Oilers and Devils. Oilers have a 1-0 lead, and again, that won't make him happy either because the Pacific Division in between the Flames, the Oilers. Flames are 5-3, which is his team. The Oilers are 7-3, and the Golden Knights can potentially be 10-2. That puts you in a situation where you're going to be fighting for third place alongside the Seattle Kraken early in the year. Stars and Coyotes will get underway at 10. Maybe that'll be something for me to watch while I'm typing up my game. Ducks and Canucks, 10 p.m. Eastern as well, and Panthers Sharks, 10:30 on ESPN and Hulu. That is going to be an absolute bloodbath. I won't really want to tune into that one, so maybe I'll check out Stars and Coyotes. But the matinee nightcap games, not too much. All the good games are going on right now. We'll see what goes on with the hockey game because maybe him and I will be able to catch the end of that once the World Series is done, if it doesn't go into extras. Yeah, that's not good. Justin Verlander back on the mound, and he's doing really good right now through potentially 5. But again, we said that before in the game 1 side, and then everything fell apart. So we'll see how that stays. So it's going to be 2-3-4 for Rob Thompson's squad between Hoskins, Realmuto, and Harper. Hoskins takes the fastball in the Google Cloud stat box. Please don't look at it on that side of it because that is flashing and that is hurting my eyes. So anyone that has any type of phobias or anything that can trigger, don't look at that, as I think they finally fixed it now. That was really disorienting. So 1-2 now. Way ahead of the fastball there is Rhys Hoskins. Pitch number 71 will be due up here for Verlander. He's been pretty good right now. The pitch count's been elevated, but the runs have been down. That's the most important part of it. And on the fists of Hoskins, as this goes down the third base line, and one of the Phillies fans will go ahead and get a souvenir. So Thunder ties it between Denver 91-91. And again, when you talk about Sam Presti on the basketball side of it, Maripol, he is just housing draft picks like lottery tickets. You throw those up in the air, and he's still got more. 1-2 is the count against Rhys Hoskins. Verlander, over 4 innings, pitched 3 hits, 1 earned run, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts. Another knuckle curve, just a little bit outside. And Hoskins gets the count closer to his favor, 2-2. Still a 2-1 lead for the Houston Astros. Jeremy Pena has got both of the runs. Kyle Schwarber's got his bomb to lead off in the first inning. Hoskins, he looks at that off-speed pitch, the knuckle curve high in the zone, and that just froze him. That gives JV his 5th strikeout. So that will bring up JT Realmuto as Justin Verlander. Again, you notice this, and I'm surprised the Phillies aren't attacking this a little more. When Justin wants to get ahead, he's getting ahead right now, just like he did in Game 1 with the off-speed pitch. I wonder if the Phillies want to sit on those but every time they get one of those curveballs, like not the knuckle curve, but the 12-6 curveball, they're not ready for it, and they end up taking it for a strikeout. So Realmuto 0-2 in this game right now. Gorgeous knuckle curve caught the edge of the black, and Realmuto just wants to make sure that he gets that strike on his end when he's framing it. But that was a perfect pitch there by JV, and now it's 0-1. He's going to try to do the best he can to get his World Series ERA under 6. As Realmuto way out in front, he was looking for the fastball, and he got the same pitch off the circle change in the same spot, and he swung and missed down in the black. 0-2. Verlander trying to breeze through the 5th right now. He's at pitch number 9, trying to look for 2 outs. He's ahead of Realmuto, and he buries this one in the dirt. And now we'll see pitch number 10 here in the 5th. So Verlander looking through pitch number 77 of his day. He's through 4 1/3 innings right now. So not too bad with the pitch count, but you're at a point where Verlander's probably only going to give you a solid 6. But if he gives you a solid 6 where he's only giving up 1 run or maybe even 2, you're at the point where you're definitely going to take it because that's well above his usual numbers. Realmuto, he cues this one off the end of the bat, stays alive. He goes fishing for that same circle change. He gets out ahead of it, but he stays alive. So JT Realmuto, 276 in the regular season, 22 bombs, 84 RBI, 119 strikeouts, 41 walks, 21 stolen bases, which is a lot for a catcher. In the sense he does a little bit of everything, and he's paid like one of the best catchers in the league because he is one of the best catchers in the league. Fastball froze Realmuto near the top of the box in the black, and Verlander does not get the call as it swells to 2-2. So in game 1, it was 5 innings pitched, 6 hits, 5 runs. Right now it's 4 1/3 with 3 hits, 1 earned run, and 5 strikeouts. See if he can continue to add to that. Fastball swinging through his Realmuto, and he gets him with the 96-mile-an-hour cheese. And that was hung a little bit. Realmuto swung late. He was looking for the off-speed pitch. Maybe there was the grip that caught him a little bit as it caught those last 2 fingers up on that side of it. And they got Realmuto, who thought it was a breaking ball pitch, and Realmuto could do nothing but shake his head. He's been a little cold in that lineup, just like Alvarez has on the side for Houston, but the strikeouts are mounting here for JT Realmuto. Bryce Harper will dig in the dish. Nothing to really show for his line. He's 0 for 0 with 2 walks. So Harper, he gets the fastball a little bit late, 96 toward the upper regions of the box on the black. And it's 0-1 against Bryce as he digs in. Verlander will be set to rock pitch number 81. As you would think Verlander could get through this solid 5 and maybe no more. That's what Dusty Baker might think because this has been the best outing of the World Series so far here for JV. He wants to settle things down. You don't want to overdo it. Fastball at 95 up high, and Harper watched it go by. 1-1 now. Verlander and Harper, every time we've seen this matchup throughout Game 5 of the World Series, John Ott here with you, covering it, hopelesssportsguy.wordpress.com. Follow as far as your game story, and I will be back for Saturday's contest as well. When we get to Game 6, we get an off day tomorrow. Verlander's not giving Harper much to work with here, and he reaches for that fastball at 96 and fouls it off. So Harper's just got to be patient, much like Aaron Judge did when he was going for the Roger Maris home run record. You got to be patient, and when you get a pitch to hit, you can't miss it. But unfortunately for Harper on the side of it, Verlander's not giving him anything to swing at. So Harper's kind of just forced himself in that last pitch there to try to swing and drive something. Verlander shakes off Maldonado a couple of times, and now he's going to get set to rock in. Harper hasn't moved. Stone statue. Busted in with the fastball there, but Harper didn't go. That was a nice side there as the count goes back to 2-2 here for Bryce, and a beard that I could only in my dreams hope to grow. Looking really good there is Bryce per usual, the second-time MVP of the National League. His numbers are a little bit down this year with the 286 and 18 bombs only because of the injuries. Verlander delivers. Harper laces this one down the right field line. Tucker tries to cut it off, but he misplays it. And now Harper able to race into second base with a double. So Bryce finally gets a pitch to hit, as the female fans love it with the signs right now. Bryce gets the double, partially misplayed there by Tucker, allowed Harper to get another base, and it's going to bring up Nick Castellanos. So former Detroit Tiger against former Detroit Tiger, now in the World Series in between the Houston Astros and the Philadelphia Phillies. We'll see if Nick Castellanos can finally get something going because his senior there on the mound is absolutely tearing him up. Not since the pitch that he hit off the shoe tops against Verlander in game one. It's been a little quiet here for Castellanos. 0 for 2 with a flat in the lineup. 203 average with 7 RBI. Up against Justin Verlander, his former teammate right now. Bryce is at second with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. And did Castellanos go is the question. He did not. 1-0 is the count in favor of Nick Castellanos, who started 4 for 8 in the World Series with runners in scoring position. The Phillies did, I should say, 4 for 8 since they're 0 for 18. A lot of runners been stranded right now. 1-0. The count against Castellanos. Verlander trying to strand the runner at second. Castellanos does not go. The count is in his favor. 2-0 as Verlander misses with the fastball. Way up high. Alec Bohm will be on deck. You wonder if Verlander will be very patient here with Castellanos, although he hasn't been sharp of late, but still, Alec Bohm, ever since hitting the 1,000th home run in World Series history a couple games ago, he's been quiet as well. Swing and a miss. Way out in front was Castellanos chasing for the downs, and Verlander gets him out in front. 2-1 now. Big time at bat for the Philadelphia Phillies. Again, it's still the bottom of the 5th. We got a long way to go. Verlander still on the mound, about to throw pitch number 88. Castellanos looking to tie the game with Bryce Harper in at second. He can score with a definite single. Castellanos pops this one foul and stays alive. It's 2-2 now against Nicholas Castellanos. Rocking that gold chain. You can call him Nicholas, you can call him Nick. It's kind of bounced back and forth there. He's got a beautiful wife and his beautiful kids. He's trying to get another World Series ring. That's what he wants. He wants to get the first one on his mantle in his fireplace. What he's known for right now is what he hasn't been known for, is his defense. Again, his catch in the 9th inning pretty much saved it, where Philadelphia was able to tie with a JT Realmuto bomb and ultimately win. Castellanos reaches in the upper nether regions of the strike zone. Don't know how he got a piece of that at 98. Is Verlander able to reel back there and throw? He's one of those guys that starts from 93, builds up. Again, still throwing 98 off 2 Tommy Johns and a core muscle surgery, and he's 39 years of age. He's got that velocity, much like Nolan Ryan did, even though I didn't get a chance to watch him because a little bit past my time. But you think about that. Not a guy that throws 250 pitches in an outing, but Verlander got the velocity. That's all I'll say with that. Trying to get through the 5th right now. Castellanos trying to make something happen on a 2-2 count. Cues this one foul again. This was down the Phillies dugout side, and the ball boy almost had this bounce and bite him, as that was smoked off the gate. Verlander stays alive as he grabs the rosin bag and gets a chance to reset now. Pitch number 90. All the Phillies fans are tense. They know Bryce is waiting right now with their hands in their palms and against their face. They're praying to the skies right now that Castellanos will deliver. Bryce is at second. 2-2. Smoke down the left field line, but it's foul. Oh, boy, that would have brought home Bryce Harper. But he's going to have to go back to second base. Very close. Castellanos just out in front of that off-speed pitch. That was a sweet swing. He just missed that. That went in between the ball girl, too. The fans, they are shouting in utter jubilation there as they know that that one just missed. Critical at bat right now is Castellanos. Still waiting. Maldonado gets a meeting on here for Verlander. Bregman will join in as well with Jeremy Pena, just to see what they want to throw to Nick Castellanos. He's doing a good job staying alive right now, trying to keep this going here, trying to get this tied in the 5th inning right now. Critical at bat for the Philadelphia Phillies. Critical at bat here for Justin Verlander. to try to get out of this 5th inning, just giving up 1 run. This would be the best outing of his World Series career by far if he gets through it. 2-2 pitch again. Castellanos has fouled off the last 3. Delivered by Verlander, way outside with the curve. Castellanos draws it full. Harper at second. That's the lone traffic right now. John Ott here with you for World Series game number 5, game number 5 here. Series is tied at 2 between the Astros and the Phillies. Verlander, pitch number 93. He's got a 2-1 lead. Castellanos at the dish. He hits way out in front, this Castellanos, but he stays alive again. And this at-bat will continue. Good job by Castellanos nonetheless, whatever happens right now. He's driving up Verlander's pitch count. And you would make believe at this point that this will be Verlander's last batter. Dare would he come out with a 6th inning, considering he's only given up 1 run so far here, trying to get to the 5th. He's through 4 2/3. Castellanos. He's going to get this one lazily left center field. Yordan Alvarez underneath it. And Verlander gets out of the jam once again. We are through 5. Verlander only gives up 1. It's 2-1 Astros. Stay tuned. We're going to get to the 6th.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than this. We need clutch hit. They're dear. Even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Dad, tomorrow, can we go to the playground?
Alright, we're headed to the playground.
Yeah, we're going to the playground. Have fun.
I'll see you later. I'm headed to the playground.
Yeah, sit down.
I've got one more.
You think I've never been to the playground?
Shop Best Buy. Experience the magic of giving the perfect gift.
I'm looking for someone who likes to be in the middle of it all. You hungry? I know a place. It's the city that never sleeps. But hey, if you need the rest, I've got you covered.
How does Popeyes chicken sandwich get so crunchy, juicy, and tasty? We make everything flow. Make your taste buds taste. Okay, now. We make Popeyes Cajun Turkey with love too. Order it while you still can.
Okay, so I just updated the chat box again for anyone else that joins in between the Twitter Spaces side for the YouTube side. Houston 2, Philadelphia 1. Verlander strands Harper at second base. Castellanos with a great at-bat flies out to Alvarez. That's where we are right now. Jeremy Pena.
Well, this resume is getting seen. Just not by who you want. You need a better plan.
I need it.
Indeed you do.
And again, I'll just throw that in there. Pena, first shortstop in World Series history with home run. Scored both Houston runs.
And improve. And it gets seen by the right people. All about having to do one dance move.
Tonight's broadcast is sponsored by Indeed. We help people get jobs. And by Capital One, what's in your wallet? Justin Verlander's 516th start of the major leagues with the chance at redemption in the World Series and with the series tied at 2. This might be the biggest one of all time since.
I'm going to tell you something right now. He's been much more dominant, even in games that he's lost. He's been dominant in the postseason before. But I promise you, he'll get more out of this game than any game he pitched.
And again, I have to throw that in there too. Verlander gives up just 1 through 5 innings. And that is going to be one of your major storylines if Houston ends up winning this game, like it or not. You know how good Justin Verlander is and future Hall of Famer. But he did his job in this game right now. Again, you say just 5, that's all it is. But again, for a guy that's been 0-7 in the World Series and ERA over 6, you get through 5, giving up just 1, you take it. So Jose Alvarado coming in from the pitching change there. Brogdon, he was excellent in relief as well for Rob Thompson's squad. Philadelphia is getting to the situation where they're going down to their final outs and they need some runs. Postseason 10 games, 10 innings pitched, 5 earned runs, 4 walks, 12 strikeouts for Alvarado. He's got the top of the order in Altuve, Pena, and Yordan Alvarez. He's going to be a little bit out in front of it there is Altuve. And now it's 0-2. Altuve, again, 300 batting average in the regular season with 28 bombs, 57 RBI. He is 1 for 2 in this game. In the postseason, he's 173. He was marred in the cold streak of 0-25. He wanted that to be better. And again, when you start like that, your numbers are going to be a little bit cold on the other one. That's why you have a 173. So 0-2 against Jose. And Alvarado with the sinker down in the dirt. Realmuto blocks it, although he didn't need to. There's nobody on base. But 1-2 was Altuve. We'll watch that one go by. And now it's a 1-2 count for Jose. So you can say whatever you want. You have right now the story so far through the series is 6-5 comeback for Philadelphia. Houston responds with a 5-2 victory as Framber Valdez was solid. Philadelphia destroys Houston the next game 7-0 as the pitch gets cued foul. And then Houston responds with a first ever combined no-hitter and the second world no-hitter in a perfect game by Don Larson. And once the Brooklyn Dodgers and the New York Yankees, that's how long ago that was, they won the game 5-0. Going into the contest, it was 15 runs apiece for both squads. So you're going into a situation where this series was haymakers to both sides, both teams getting up a standing 8 count, and that's where it's been right now still in a tight game. Altuve follows this one off the fist and off the mask of Realmuto, and we'll do this again. So again, anyone just joining me, you can check on the YouTube side of the chat box for any of your updates across. I am watching on the Amazon 4K Fire Stick, but again, it's only 720p stream for me. For the Fox side of it, for your local cable, you can catch the game on your local Fox feed. If you want clear audio, you got the Twitter Spaces side. You have the YouTube side if you want that on that side. So I appreciate anyone that's followed in and out and jumped in and out humbly. 1-2 now. The count against Jose Altuve. Alvarado trying to get his first batter since coming out of the bullpen. Dive bomb sinker. That thing just dropped all the way down, stuff in the upper reaches of the strike zone all the way down. No home runs in the last 66 plate appearances in the postseason for Jose Altuve. What a buzzer will do you. And no, I'm just kidding there, but we know about all that stuff with Altuve. That is a shocker, but also not a shocker too much, should we say. I think I have to throw that in there. 2-2. Alvarado delivers. The sinker gets bounced right back through the middle. This is going to be a tough play for Segura. And Altuve, too much speed. He's going to be called safe. It's an infield single. He fights that one in off the hands. Segura, as it went through the wickets of Alvarado, all he could do was try to play that one and throw. No chance to get Jose Altuve. He's able to race right out of the box. Still a good effort there by Segura with a nice field and transfer there to Rhys Hoskins. But really nothing they could do there. And this is going to bring up the man of the hour in this game, Jeremy Pena. He was the one that drove in the run after Jose Altuve led off with a triple on the first inning side. And then Jeremy Pena in the 4th inning hit a solo shot. We'll see if he can continue to add to the damage right now for Houston. He's responsible for all of their run scoring as Justin Verlander looks on. You imagine his day is going to be done. Jeremy Pena setting into a critical at-bat. It's top 6, no outs right now. Jose Altuve on at first. Pena again scored the run in the first as the second batter, and then a home run in the 4th with a solo shot. In the World Series, he's batting .368 with a home run. And he's got a home run in each of the series at least through all the way through. So he has supplied some power. There's Jeremy Pena. Ahead in the count, he slams the fastball a little late down the first base line, and we'll do it again at 1-1. Appreciate everyone else that's followed along on the YouTube side and the Twitter Spaces side tonight. It's been very active. I will make sure that I change my YouTube question when we go into the next inning because it's been sitting up there for a while. Appreciate anyone else that's done the votes. 1-1 in between Pena and Alvarado, the lefty against the righty. Alvarado will instead check the first with Hoskins and Jose Altuve just to make sure that he's not going anywhere. John Ott here with you covering Game 5 of the World Series here tonight. I will have the complete game story and broadcast on this side of it between hopelesssportsguy.wordpress.com, and then I will be back for Game 6 on Saturday when we get a much-needed day off. And we go to Minute Maid. Pena does nothing but take the fastball there in on the fist. 99 right near the black. Pena, watch that one go by. Again, he's 2 for 2 in this contest. Again, Yordan Alvarez will be due up next. We will see if the count gets a little bit more in the favor. If Dusty Baker will elect to let go of Jose Altuve at first. Again, it was Yordan Alvarez in the strikeout throwing a Pena on the first that got Noah Syndergaard out of minimal damage where he gave up 1. And Pena's down on strikes. So the hottest Astros hitter has to go grab some pine as Alvarado gets him with the sinker. And that's going to bring up Yordan Alvarez. Perfect pitch. I mean, that's just absolutely nasty. What do you do to that? You get a super close-up there just underneath the bat path there of Jeremy Pena. That's as good as you like. As Jose Alvarado is 1 out into the top of the 6th. The Phillies need to stem the tide as they've done throughout this game right now. They need to get their bats going again. They only have 1 run in their last, let's see if I get this right, almost 15 innings of work at the plate since being shut out last night, and we're in the top of the 6th. Alvarez swings and misses. He's out in front of a 95-mile-an-hour sinker. He was probably thinking of the 101 that Alvarado can feature, as he was a little bit out in front of that. So Alvarado versus Alvarez. It doesn't matter what side of the plate that Yordan Alvarez is on there. Yordan can greet anybody with damage. 306 is his batting average in the regular season with 37 home runs. Alvarez stings this one off the end of the bat. That's going to sting the hands. Bryson Stott will make the easy catch near the shortstop side, and they get the dangerous hitter in Yordan Alvarez. And Alvarez has been very quiet throughout this World Series right now. You kind of think about those games against the Seattle Mariners with that walk-off. That was a long time ago, when you're thinking about Alvarez doing the damage throughout of it. And that's going to bring up Alex Bregman next. So Alex Bregman with 2 outs will be due up next to the dish. Alvarado's looked good since coming out of the bullpen. And per usual now, we go back to the usual suspect for Philadelphia and Rob Thomson's squad. You bring anybody out of the bullpen, they're probably going to help you. And that's what they're doing right now. They're able to get the outs. Philadelphia just needs to go ahead and take that little shocker there and jumpstart the heart and get the offense going, because that's just not happened too much. So Bregman, he's got Altuve at first, although it's 2 outs. Bregman in his last at bat, he just missed a home run down the left field line. It bounced off of the grate where the flowers were just before the yellow line, as Bregman had to settle for a double. And the Phillies were able to get out of that. Check swing. A little bit out in front there was Bregman, just barely crossing the plate. 0 for 1 as they bunched up Bregman inside. Alvarado delivers the 0-1. 100 miles an hour inside. Nothing Bregman can do with it if he wanted to, as he was jammed up inside. 1-1 is the count. It's a full ballpark that you would expect at Citizens Bank. You have World Series tickets that I've heard go up as far as $3,500. They're not going to watch anybody lift the trophy tonight, as the series is tied at 2. But it is a pivotal swing game as far as what's going to be done. Who knows if the Phillies take a 3-2 series lead or the Astros take a 3-2 series lead. What we do know is the series will continue on Saturday for Game 6 at Minute Maid. In the 2-3-2 format, the next 2 games, Game 6 and 7, will be at Houston, and Game 7, if necessary, Sunday. All of those will be 8:05 Eastern starts. Bregman digging in now on the 1-1. I think Alvarado and everyone else wants to get on the same page. But before that, we might have something going on in the crowd, and that's why Fox cut to a commercial, and they're cutting away right now as Realmuto is talking with the umpires. And honestly, I hate that they cut away because I want to reiterate to all of you that are listening on the Spotify side, whether it's a little later on the Twitter Spaces or the YouTube side, what's exactly going on. But anytime you get some unruly fans or possible streakers or things like that, the Fox cameras and any of the sports cameras always cut away. So now we're getting a modicum of highlights in this game. There's not much of them. It's a Schwarber bomb and it's 2 runs by Jeremy Pena. That's where we are right now as the Houston Astros have a 2-1 lead in the top of the 6th. They are at the bat racks now. With 2 outs, it's Jose Altuve at first and Bregman with a 1-1 count against Jose Alvarado. John Ott here with you for Game 5 of the World Series. I'm glad you can join me here on Twitter Spaces and on the YouTube side, as we still have an extended delay. They must be subduing an unruly fan, can be my only guess, is why we've had such a long delay. Now it seems like Alvarado is going to get set to dig, and that took about a minute and a half of where the Fox cameras did not cut toward anything else. And now Alvarado gets set to dig in against Bregman. Alvarado delivers the 1-1. That goes wide past Realmuto, and Altuve is going to easily take second base. That's going to put the Astros in scoring position and a big-time opportunity now if he can deliver with 2 outs to give Houston a critical 3-1 lead. That was a sinker that got spiked a little bit in the dirt, and there really was no way in between the feet of Bregman that Realmuto can go ahead and block that one without some type of interference. And now, Rob Thomson's just going to say, I'm putting up the 4 fingers, and I'm walking Alex Bregman. So that's what the call is. So the only problem I have with that is now you're walking Alex Bregman to bring up Kyle Tucker. That really isn't a situation that I would enjoy too much if I'm Rob Thomson and the Phillies. They'll want to see right now with the lefty on lefty matchup, and Alvarado 16 pitches into his outing coming out of the bullpen here in the 6th. As that one, did it bounce off of Bregman's foot? So they're going to say that Alvarado hit the top of the foot. So let me go back to what I was saying. It's not 4 of these. It's one of those situations where Bregman got hit from a wild pitch off the top of the foot. So really, a wild pitch does really no damage, but now this is going to bring up Kyle Tucker. It's still a lefty-on-lefty matchup. Kyle Tucker is still good in these, although it's 2 strikeouts in this situation here. 227 in the postseason, 3 home runs, 6 RBIs. And as we go back to with the easy button, 2 of those home runs are in game 1 when he had 3 hits and 4 RBI of the 6 RBIs he's got. So Tucker, he's set to go in now. It's a chance for Bregman and Altuve at first and second. He's going to hit this off the knob of the bat with the check swing. And it's going to be a 0-1 count against Kyle Tucker. So King Tuck, as he's affectionately called there by Astros fans, 257 average, 30 bombs, 107 RBI, 95 strikeouts, 59 walks, 25 stolen bases. With him and Yordan Alvarez and Alex Bregman over the next couple seasons, it's going to be big for Houston to be able to get everybody signed. 0-1. This is a sinker that's way out of the zone, and that'll inflate the count to 1-1. Again, John Ott here with you, covering the World Series, game number 5. The series tied at 2, so all we know about this is going to be a pivotal swing game. Whether it's Philadelphia or Houston taking a 3-2 series advantage back to Minute Maid, and this series will resume on Saturday. Tucker gets sent to dig in on the 1-1 from Alvarado. Sinker down in the zone. Good pitch there by Alvarado. And nothing Kyle Tucker could do but follow that down the first base line, as it's now 1-2. You can follow along on the YouTube side. I see it's been traffic up and down all the way through, and I humbly appreciate that. You can also follow along on Twitter Spaces at John Ryan Ott on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube, and then TVU Gunslinger on Instagram. But Twitter Spaces right now on that side for the iPhone for clearer audio if you want and engage with me. 1-2 is the count. Sinker down toward Hoskins. He's going to take no chances. He'll glove it himself, touch the bag. Alvarado gets out of the sixth. The Astros stand 2 runners, 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors. Run 1, 4 hits, 1 error for Philadelphia. Come right back. We're still in the sixth. The Philadelphia Phillies trying to get back to a tie at least. They're down 2-1.
T-Mobile won't raise the price of your talk, text, and data. Plus, families get over $225 in benefits every month. Hello. I saw you moved in, and I wanted to welcome you to the neighborhood with some homemade biscuits.
Oh, that's so nice.
And a little tip. Geico could help you save on homeowners insurance.
Oh.
Cookies. Biscuits.
A little nutmeg in it?
It's my mum's secret recipe.
You can tell me.
It's a secret.
Is it cinnamon?
It's my mum's secret recipe.
Call Geico and see how easy saving on homeowners and condo insurance can be.
I'll come back anyway.
Anyone that bounces in and out of the YouTube side, again, when we get to the top half of the inning, I'll update the chat box in there alongside with some social media handles if you want to follow along. I will be having an off day tomorrow as the World Series is off. I'm covering just the World Series this week. We will have Game 6 on Saturday where I hope to be joined by Cooper Hawkins. But if not, I will be there for Game 6. But Game 7, I will work to try to make sure we get to that point that we have a closeout work together on Sunday night.
You call IBM to automate your IT infrastructure with AI. Now your systems launch themselves. What used to take hours takes minutes. And you have an e-commerce platform designed to handle sudden spikes in overall demand, as in actual overalls. Let's create IT systems that roll during sleeps. IBM. Let's create.
Peaceful state. Oh, please. Wait, are you not my date? Dancing crew, trick for 2, nail the final interview. By or less, masterpiece. Inside joke. Our joke, getting with Doug. Brand new bug. Give me a kiss. Give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. Boosters designed for COVID-19 variants are now available. Brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Maybe if I waited and ignore my unpaid invoices long enough, they'll pay themselves and magically disappear.
Again, I appreciate anyone that has followed along between Twitter Spaces and YouTube tonight. It's been very active. Let me go ahead and change my question here. Okay, I just changed the question there on that side of it. We'll get back into the official play call here. So Hector Neris will be out of the bullpen now. Again, I just changed the question on the YouTube side. It is 1-1 against Alec Bohm. It'll be 6, 7, and 8 for Rob Thomson in the order. Philadelphia Phillies need to jumpstart their offense right now. That really is all you can say right now. It's 2-1. Verlander did his job. He went a solid 5. He gave up just 1, by far the best outing of his World Series career. It'll be Alec, Bohm, Bryson, Stott, and Gene Segura. So all those unfortunate, as I said from the beginning, pound the over. This might not end up being the case. This is something that settled down in the first in a situation where if Houston holds on and win, they're going to feel fine about it. But in the first inning where I thought the strike them out, throw them out was huge, and Houston, instead of getting 1 run in the first play, could have 3 or 4. But it's 2-1 as your scores. The Astros have the lead. It's Hector Neris over the bullpen against Bohm for Dusty Baker's squad. It's 1-2 against Alec Bohm, the number 6 hitter. This is a fastball that it's up high, tight, almost near the face. Alec Bohm, 25 years of age. He's one of the young guns there. Again, if you want to call him that. 280 average, 13 home runs, 72 RBI, 110 strikeouts, 31 walks. He's a young, improving piece. And when you're thinking about Dave Dombrowski as the GM of it, he's not one of those guys that usually keeps those young, improving pieces. You move those on for the wily veterans that can get the job done and win now. Boom. 2-2 in the count now as Neris will rock and deliver. This was a beautiful pitch that Bohm was able to stay all the way through for a first base. That was a sinker off the end of the bat there that he just fought through, stayed there the whole way, and got a base knock. That was a wonderful piece of hitting there by Alec Bohm. No doubt about it. So that'll bring up Bryce and Stott. So Tom Verducci now interviewing Justin Verlander, and I'll try to see if I can pick up any news bits here. So he's had a smile about his recent outings. So Verlander's final line, 5 innings pitched, 4 hits, 1 run, 4 walks, and 6 strikeouts. Maybe not his most dominant outing that he's ever had, but easily the most dominant outing of his World Series. You can definitely say that. So he said it was a very tough lineup, and he was able to fight through it. That's kind of what I think of it a little bit from Verducci here. We'll see if we get anything else as we get a little half and half on the action. So right now they're just talking to Verlander, so anything else that comes, I'll relay to you before we get back into our game action. So 1-0, the count against Neris, and Bryson Stott will put this one into medium deep center field. Who wants it? Kyle Tucker. Chas McCormick didn't necessarily make that clear about who was going to catch that one, and Kyle Tucker looked a little unsure, but he was able to get to the right field side and catch it. That could have been a little bit of a disaster if that would have bounced in front of anybody. So Stott, he just put this into our medium deep right center field. It was McCormick and Tucker. He looks off McCormick, hey, do you got it? McCormick says, I don't got it, toward the last second of it. And Tucker just made the catch reaching out. That could have been an absolute disaster there for the Houston Astros. But they dodged a bullet. So now Gene Segura. He'll be due up next. He got absolutely robbed of a hit there from Jeremy Pena his last time up. Gene Segura, now 32 years of age, the wily veteran, 277, 10 bombs, 33 RBI in the regular season. 1 for 2 with a single in the second, 216 in the postseason, 6 RBI. Segura. He's going to say that Neris is going to take a little too much time, and he's going to bounce back up the plate as the Philadelphia Phillies are down to their final 11 outs as we are in the bottom of the 6th. It's a 2-1 lead for the Houston Astros against the Philadelphia Phillies. Segura slams the fastball toward the middle of the zone, a little bit back, and we'll do it again. He was a little late on it. So runners on, 2 for 46 in the postseason. Runners in scoring position, 0 for 23. Runners in scoring position and 2 outs, 0 for 17. So that Houston bullpen, you talk about as good as the Philadelphia bullpen has been, as Brian O'Brady was warming up for Dusty Baker's squad. The Houston bullpen has been absolutely lights out. You got to give them their flowers right now. Ball was just in and out of the glove of Maldonado, but not going anywhere was Alec Bohm. And it's 1-1 now against Gene Segura. Appreciate anyone that's bounced in and out of this YouTube side. It's been pretty active here, especially from the beginning side of it. And on the Twitter Spaces, David Cooper Hopkins will join me a little bit later throughout the contest. He swears he's not cherry-picking innings, but I do wonder what's going on with that. I know he's a busy man. Segura fights this in off of the feet, and he stays alive. It's 1-2 here for Gene. Clutch Gene is what they said that they call him, and I like that one. That's what you want to have, is a clutch Gene in this time in the World Series, because Philadelphia's got a primetime opportunity. Again, we talked about it early in the chat section when Maripol was able to be in there. We were just mentioning that believing whoever's going to win this game is going to win the World Series, and that could very well be true. It's a 3-2 pivotal swing game. Not to say that if Philadelphia lost or Houston lost, they couldn't rattle 2 straight, but you get a decisive advantage taking that 3-2, and all you got to do is win one more road game, potentially. Gene Segura strikes out. Hector Neris gets him on the splitter. and that will bring up Brandon Marsh, and then we will roll over the top of the order for the third time. So Hector Neris, you get a gorgeous look of the splitter there, and that's exactly what you want. You get a guy that's locked in. He can locate his pitchers in there between sinker, splitter, fastball, mix it up. And Dusty Baker might just go to Abreu right now. That's what they're going to do. We're going to get our pitching change. They'll come right back, bottom of the sixth with 2 outs.
Some people like to talk in microphones. We prefer dropping them. MDX Type S. A new era of premium performance.
If your underwear feels like this, get butt naked. The most comfortable underwear there is. Only at Duluth Trading.
So we're getting a pitching change as I'm just coming back in there. We're in the middle of a commercial. Brian Abreu will be coming in from the bullpen to face Brandon Marsh.
These used cars look the same, but how can you tell which one's the better deal?
Bringing Dad from Sarasota? Hey, Dad.
This one's broken. Dads are great, but let's say, show me the Carfax value. You get the most accurate price based on the vehicle's accident history. Look for me and stop overpaying. Shop at the all-new Carfax.com.
Nobody's even doing the World Series. What the fuck? I couldn't do it myself. Jeez.
Syndergaard was pretty good for a couple, but they gave up a home run in the last batter that he faced. That is the difference in this game right now. We finally have a tight one. It's been a series of big swings one way or the other. This one really tight draws.
That's what I had the feeling they figured 2-2. Everyone's trying to get that advantage going to Houston. Philadelphia hasn't lost 2 in a row in a long time. Of course, we talked about Houston having lost 2 in a row, so something's got to give, and it's one of those games that I think we expected.
Brian Abreu fresh out of the bullpen, and he hit Brandon Marsh. So that's going to put runners at first and second here, and the top of the order for Kyle Schwarber. So you never know in this situation now. As Schwarber steps up to the dish, he got the solo shot against Verlander in the first to lead him right off. And now Schwarber with the man on first and second. That could be all Philadelphia needs right now to take the lead in this game. So first pitch, that just glanced off of the knee. Marsh is going to take it. That might sting a little bit, but that barely touched the knee. And now Schwarber. Everybody rising up to their feet and waving the towels. He's 1 for 2 with a solo home run and a walk. Can he be the man right now for Philadelphia to help them take the lead? Brian Abreu just came in and he hit Brandon Marsh. It's runners on first and second. Bohm is at second. Marsh is at first. Bohm thought about going. Schwarber takes the curveball up high. Postseason games, it's 8 of them. 9 innings pitched, 4 walks, 16 strikeouts, no earned runs. 2 2/3 in the World Series, 6 strikeouts. Nothing bigger than Brian Abreu right now against Schwarber with 2 outs and runners on first and second. Schwarber slams it right in the shift. Altuve will make a throw over, and the Philadelphia Phillies leave 2 men on as Schwarber grounds out to Altuve. Let's go to the 7th. The Astros will be up at the plate. 2-1. They lead.
We saw a beautiful afternoon that leads to another very quiet night for us, down to 52. What about a Friday forecast? Thickening clouds, once again breezy and mild. How about a full check of the weekend numbers after the game?
You already know Tudor Dixon would outlaw abortion,
No exceptions.
but Dixon's extreme ideas don't stop there. She calls schools.
Government-run indoctrination centers.
Dixon spread lies about the January 6th attacks.
You cannot say an insurrection.
And even pushed wild QAnon conspiracy theories.
This is the next step, a chip that they insert inside of you.
Dixon's a conspiracy theorist with an extreme agenda.
So I just updated the box score at the end of 6 innings. Houston got a 2-1 lead over Philadelphia. Kyle Schwarber just strands runners on first and second.
To balance every budget. Turn a projected $3 billion deficit into a $7 million surplus. Put $715 million into the rainy day fund and didn't raise taxes a dime. You work hard to make ends meet. As governor, I'm working to make sure Lansing does the same.
Attacking Melissa Slotkin with video taken out of context is deceitful and wrong. She's dedicated her life to keeping America safe. I served alongside Alyssa in the White House under both Republican and Democratic presidents, and she always spoke truth to power, doing what's right for country, not party. We need more of that in Congress.
I'm Melissa Slotkin, and I'm proud to approve this message.
Here are the facts about abortion in Michigan. Abortion is legal. State courts have restored Roe v. Wade. But Proposal 3 goes one beyond Roe. Proposal 3 permanently rewrites your Constitution with extreme intents. It takes away parents' rights for abortion and gender change therapies for minors, and allows lifetime abortions up to the time of birth. It invalidates women laws, but won't tell you which ones. It's confusing, extreme, and permanently in your Constitution. Vote no on Proposal 3.
Next hit and run is the free official MLB skills competition for new small softball players ages 7 to 14. Host the local competition in 2023, giving kids a chance to make it to the finals for this hit and run down. So Anthony Dominguez for the 7th inning, which is
Always love saying this name, Sir Anthony Dominguez, bringing a little class into baseball here. Postseason, 7 games, 9 1/3 innings, 1 earned run, 18 strikeouts. That is absolutely dominant right now. He features a fastball that hits well in triple digits and can devastate you with the off-speed pitch with the knuckle curve. And we'll see if he can do so right now. Again, Philadelphia, they just need to get something going here with their offense. There really is nothing else you can say about that. 1-1. Gurriel flakes that off his foot. That one came back to bite him a little bit. And see how he feels on that side of it. So it'll be Gurriel, Hensley, and Chaz McCormick. 6, 7, and 8 hitters due up here in the top of the 7th inning. John here with you for Game 5 of the World Series, watching on the local Fox feed. Gurriel. This is going to be tough catch. Marsh racing on it, comes in and out of his glove. And we'll see if Gurriel goes to second. Yes, he does. So Gurriel never stopped running. He knew it was going to be a tough catch for Marsh. Marsh took off like a rocket just to try to get to that ball. And that was a great effort there, but it's snow coned in and out of his glove. And Gurriel has a leadoff double here in the 7th. And you never know when an add-on run is going to come. That was one hell of an effort there from Brandon Marsh, but he just couldn't get there. And Gurriel does just enough to get bat on ball. And when it comes to Yuli Gurriel in the World Series, I mean, man, he's just really good. He just totally changes his game there. So big-time double. And now David Hensley picks a fastball up high. 1-0 count for David Hensley here. 2 strikeouts. Dusty Baker essentially getting nothing out of his DH side of it. So that's why Hensley that's coming in there between Alumnus Diaz and Trey Mancini. So they go, it's the best that they got as Hensley will swing and miss. And it's hard to believe. I mean, if you're getting nothing on that side, wouldn't you put like Hensley in left field or somebody else like that because you think it's better than Yordan and have Yordan be the DH? But that's just me thinking about what was going on as far as the defensive assignment. So it's 1-1. No outs, top of the seventh. Gurriel at second, Hensley on deck. He cues this one back foul because he's a little bit late on the off-speed pitch. That was high up in the zone. That caught a lot of the plate, but Hensley was not ready for it. Rob Thomson looks on. I'm sure he's kind of thinking about what's next as far as his bullpen side. 1-2 is the count. Hensley digs in. Runner on second base. This one way away from the glove, and that's going to allow Gurriel to take third. So with no outs, Gurriel hustles to get the double, and now he alertly keeps his eyes open and gets to third as Dominguez lost the handle on the pitch. And no way, JT Realmuto, as that was up near his dome and then off the glove of Realmuto. No way that they're able to block that ball. And Jose Altuve, he's making mannerisms like he likes it. No doubt about it. 2-2 now. Dominguez against Hensley. And a bouncing ball cannot advance. And that is a wasted at-bat there for Hensley. You can say, I guess that he did his job as the runner went to the third with a wild pitch that would count as a sacrifice, but he's not going to be happy with that because the grounder froze Gurriel at third, and that was all that there was to it. So now Dominguez, he's got one out, but Gurriel is at third. 9 innings into his time out of the bullpen as he's just coming out here for Rob Thompson's squad. And this will bring up Chas McCormick. Now for Chas, I'm not going to go ahead and call it, but I will say this. Could be a situation where Chas McCormick gives you a bunt or shows you something different just to surprise everybody. If he's got the goal to put one on, or if Dusty Baker has the goal to put one on. Top of the seventh. 2-1 is your score. Chas McCormick digging it against Sir Anthony Dominguez. Houston can score a critical run here at this point of the game. 0-1. This one is a little bit low there with the sinker, and we'll do it again as it's now a 1-1 count. Again, anyone that's joined in between Twitter Spaces and the YouTube side, I humbly appreciate it. It's been pretty active tonight as far as this game, and it's been a good contest that we got in our hands. A low-scoring affair, a pitcher's duel at that. McCormick cues this one down the left field line. They're going to get the out at home, maybe, as Gurriel is hung up. See if they can get this. They got to get this back to first as they got him caught in the rundown. And they tag him out. Yuli Gurriel, nowhere to go. He got a little too careless. And the runner was able to get the second was Chas McCormick because he knew Gurriel was caught in the rundown. So I guess a good thing to get the second, but a poor decision by Yuli Gurriel to go because the ball was hammered right to Bohm. Nothing that he could do then except for that point sacrifice himself as he got caught in the good old-fashioned rundown. So Houston, they might be lamenting the situation as he got taken in the back, got hit in the side of the head. Gurriel got his hand up there. He might be injured, and I think he is going back to the dugout. He got shaken up a little bit in that rundown as Yuli Gurriel, and he's got the same hairline when I wake up in the morning, although mine is a little bit less now. He's got that wave going on. They got that tag in there, and he also took a cleat right in the back, and he put his hands up there immediately, get me out of there. Don't know if he hyperextended a knee, a leg, or an arm or something like that. He was in a little bit of obvious discomfort caught in the rundown was Gurriel. So hopefully he'll be okay there for Houston Astros fans. So that will put Chas McCormick at second. They gave him enough time to get to second as Gurriel was caught in the rundown. And now the bottom of the order is due up here for Dusty Baker's squad and Martin Maldonado. Maldonado trying to get Houston an extra base hit, an extra run. I mean, they had an opportunity in the first one to strike him out, throw him out. It was costly. And now you had an opportunity here in the seventh where potentially getting Gurriel caught in the rundown was costly, and it also cost Gurriel to get injured. So things have gotten a little crazy here. Dominguez might be able to strand that runner. He already stranded one at third as it was called out, so 2 outs. Everybody with their hands underneath their chin, praying a little bit here for Dominguez trying to get out of it. Maldonado, he could have swung at that with a garden hose and he wouldn't have even hit it. He swung way out of the zone. 0-2 now against Martin. 2-1 is your score line. John Ott here with you for Game 5 of the World Series. Houston nursing a 2-1 lead, trying to put some inroads away as Martin Maldonado up at the dish. It's 0-2. Maldonado bites on the sinker and watches it go just by. So 1-2 is the count. Dominguez still ahead. Houston trying to score that run from second. They were trying to score the run from third before Gurriel got tossed and caught in the rundown and then got injured and walked into the players' dugout. Maldonado trying to dig in against Dominguez. Jams it up in on the hands, and Maldonado follows it back toward the catcher, and we'll do it again at 1-2. So your scoring reset. It was Jeremy Pena getting the single that brought in Jose Altuve off the triple. Kyle Schwarber greeted Justin Verlander with a home run and nothing more. And then Jeremy Pena in the fourth with a solo shot. That's where we are with a 2-1 Houston lead in the top of the 7th with 2 outs. Maldonado got a runner on second and Chas McCormick. Maldonado will cue this one to Bryson Stott. He's got his time to throw. Maldonado doesn't run well, and that'll bring up the bottom of the 7th. Can Philadelphia make something happen in their final 9 outs? Let's see what happens when we return. Stay with me. This is Game 5 of the World Series. Philadelphia and Houston tied at 2 in the series. We'll see who takes the lead when we return.
Just like when Ronnie told me he'd rather play against me than with me. Really? Did we call that a breakthrough?
Now, John, you said you wore your Kratos outfit at the farmer's market.
People pointing at me going, that's a really great dad.
That's not why they're recording.
It's the custom.
What kind of commercial is
Does
this?
the costume really help you play basketball?
That's a pretty good God of War ad there by PlayStation on that side of it. I know that game's going to be coming out sometime next week. Anyone that joins in on the YouTube reset, it was a runner off the triple by Altuve. Pena drove him in the first to get a 1-0 lead in the top of the first for Houston. Kyle Schwarber, Justin Verlander with a solo home run to make it 1-1. And then Jeremy Pena, the first rookie in the World Series history as a shortstop, made a home run. He got a go-ahead one in the fourth. That's still where we are with 2-1 because we're going to the bottom of the 7th inning. Houston still nursing a 2-1 lead. So I appreciate anyone that's jumped in and out in between Twitter Spaces on the YouTube side. Again, throughout the chat box, you can follow along. I kept all the social handles. I've asked some different questions in there and kept you updated per inning. So thank anyone that's followed along. I humbly appreciate that. As Philadelphia is down to their final 9 outs, trying to make something happen.
Some people like to talk in the microphone. We prefer dropping them. A new era of premium performance. Made with Mexican spices. Made with natural cheese sauce. Only at Taco Bell.
Appreciate anyone else that's joined in on the YouTube and the Twitter Spaces side. We're in the middle of our commercial break going to the bottom of the 7th. The Phillies have 9 outs left to at least tie this game. They're only down 2-1, trying to take a 3-2 series advantage. Both of these teams trying to get to a 3-2 series advantage. We will get the off day. I will be off tomorrow. and then we'll be back on Saturday when the Astros and the Phillies will do battle in Game 6. What we know right now is there will be a Game 6, but this is the pivotal swing game, and we'll see who ends up taking it. So 2 runs, 6 hits for the Astros, 1 run, 5 hits for the Phillies. So 2 runs, 6 hits for the Astros, 1 run, 5 hits for the Phillies, with 1 error. As you're taking a look at on the Fox side feed, wherever you are on the local broadcast, to see who was there from former Phillies and former celebrities and things like that. Jim Thome is also in the building. He played for the Phillies. Ryan Arcidiacono and Jalen Brunson on the Knicks side are taking in this game. So Brian Abreu back out there for a 2, 3, and 4 side for the Philadelphia Phillies. So that will be Rhys Hoskins, JT Realmuto, and Bryce Harper set to do battle here with Brian Abreu. As the Phillies over the last couple innings, they've stranded some runners in between second, third base, and first base respectively. Hoskins, don't know what he was waiting for on the off-speed pitch there. Line out and 2 strikeouts here for Hoskins. He thinks if he gets that pitch again, he might run into one. And that's what he's hoping right now. Philadelphia just trying to do anything they can to scratch and claw some runs on their final 9 outs. Hoskins slams the fastball a little bit back toward the catcher's side, and we'll do it again at 1-2. So Hoskins, throughout his numbers in the regular season, he's a 246 hitter with 30 home runs, 79 RBI. He's a legit power threat. He does have 169 strikeouts, so it's feast or famine, just like it is with Kyle Schwarber, but Hoskins is certainly capable if he gets a pitch that he likes. Abreu ahead 1-2, a little bit out in front of the cutter that didn't cut. So Hoskins might have had a couple pitches that he probably wishes he could have had back at this point. 1-2 remains the count on Rhys Hoskins. Again, full game coverage on this side will be hopelesssportsguy.wordpress.com. That's going to follow, and it'll be an off night for me tomorrow, and we'll be back on Saturday for Game 6. That's what we know that we have right now, but we got to see who's going to take this pivotal 3-2 swing game here before we get to our off day. So thank you for joining me on the Twitter Spaces side and on the YouTube side all the way through. 1-2, the count. Hoskins slamming another one foul. This one down the Philadelphia Phillies dugout. As Hoskins stays alive at 1-2, Abreu now trying to work through his 9th pitch. Again, it'll be Hoskins, Realmuto, and Harper. So if there's guys that can do it here for Rob Thompson's squad, this would be the time in the bottom of the 7th inning, you would believe, with the heavy hitters. Although JT Realmuto has been pretty silent in the Phillies offense, 1 run in the last 18 innings. They got to get this going. Beautiful pitch. And Hoskins will do nothing but walk back to the dugout. The off-speed pitch on the cutter caught the inside of the black, and Hoskins just watched it go by like a house on the side of the road. That's what Ernie Harwell used to say for the Tigers. And there is no need for a frame job there from our team Maldonado, because that was a perfect pitch. And that'll bring up JT Realmuto. JT Realmuto continues to struggle since hitting the go-ahead home run in the top of the 10th inning from Game 1. Another couple strikeouts today. He's 0 for 3 in this contest. Phillies need to get something going as they're down to their final 8 outs. We're in the bottom of the 7th. It's a 2-1 game. Perfect pitch from Abreu. Buckled the knees of Realmuto with the sinker. Just caught the bottom of the strike zone on the black. Dusty Baker, you're going to talk about it a lot in between Philadelphia and Houston in the sense of what you think the bullpens are going to be. Well, Houston's definitely answered for as good as how good their bullpen can be. And right now, they've been better. As Realmuto is just way behind the sinker up in the top of the zone at 98. And no chance for Realmuto as he swung way late on it. And now we'll get a chance of a 0-2 side and see if Realmuto punches out again. And I would hate to say this if it's not on a 10 last at bats for the strikeouts. And Realmuto punches out again. And I would be remiss if I did not say, I know Rob Thompson has not changed his order. If you're going into Game 6 on Saturday and the Phillies are down, I'm not saying you're making huge adjustments to that order, but you might want to move Realmuto down a couple spots because him and 3 in the meat of the order, he's just not coming through right now since giving the go-ahead shot in the 10th. He's been striking out like crazy. That's just me, something to think about. This will bring up Bryce. Bryce with a pair of walks. Bryce also with a hit, so he's been unblemished 1 for 1 with a pair of walks. 100 miles an hour and on the hands, so Abreu's taking the right time. As most extra base hits in a single postseason, Rosarena in 2020 with 14, David Freese with 14 in 2021, and Bryce Harper in 2022 with 13. So something between the 2010, 2011, and 2020 water, 13, 13, 14, 14. And you've seen Albert Pujols and Nelson Cruz also on that list with 13. Bryce has 14, and Rosarena had 15. Bryce will dig back in with the batting gloves and touch the dirt as he gets settled to get back in. Again, it's a double and 2 walks for Bryce. He is the guy that can do the damage. He's the guy that needs to deliver. 0-1. 100-mile-an-hour fastball again, right on the inside black. And nothing Harper can do but foul that one away. A perfect pitch right on the hands of a power hitter. And you would imagine Bryce Harper will get the best pitcher's best because that's what the best players get. They always get the best of their opponent on every single night. That's what Abreu's trying to deliver. As he's been unblemished so far in this World Series side of it, and I believe the postseason in general. 0-2 against Bryce, way outside with the knuckle curve. And Bryce Harper gets it back to 1-2 as he's going to try to work his way back into this count. John Ott here with you, watching the local Fox feed, broadcasting it from the Michigan side. Anywhere you are, you can follow along if you're following along on the YouTube side and the Twitter Spaces side. Thank you very much on that side of it. 1-2 is the count against Bryce. Did Harper go? That was awfully close. He got the benefit of the doubt there. Probably upon second look, I won't say that as much as we do get a second look now. That was awfully close. I would say that Bryce actually did go on that one, but he did get the benefit of the doubt there. Bryce not too happy, but also I would imagine in between the Dodgers and the Giants over a couple of years ago, the Giants didn't go and they got punched out. So sometimes the umpires miss them, but in agonizing situations. Harper keeps this one toward the third base side of Alex Bregman. And down to the final 6 outs are the Philadelphia Phillies as Harper pops out to Bregman. We go to the 8th. Houston still up 2-1. I'm going to update this chat box here for anyone that's just coming in.
You got KFC home.
This drum and back combo's only $6.
Good deal. For you. But you bring nothing home for your abuelita.
You bet.
No.
Hurry, that $6 deal ends soon. Yeah.
Thank you to anyone that's bounced in and out of the YouTube side and the Twitter Spaces side. I know I said that a lot, but it's been active here tonight. I just updated the chat section again, so you get a complete reset of where you're going to be tonight. 2-1. Houston has the edge. It's been that way for a while now. The last run that has scored has been since the 4th inning, if you're just joining in. Philadelphia is going to be down their last 6 outs of the ball game. He's running in the middle of a commercial break. Coming back in from the commercial break here momentarily. It's still 2-1 Houston. You can follow along on the chat box side if you just join in. Sir Anthony Dominguez will still be out there for Rob Thomson's squad as the first pitch is a ball. We'll get a chance to see who's going to be in the box here for the Houston Astros. It's back to the top of the order with Jose Altuve for Dusty Baker's squad. So it'll be Altuve, Pena, and Yordan Alvarez to at least go all the way through. So 102 career postseason hits, tied for 5th most in LB history. Yadier Molina. So 2-0 is the count against Altuve, and you kind of wonder if he's going to swing out of his shoes on this one. He takes it a little low off the sinker side, and Altuve works the count 3-0. And again, Altuve, when you're talking about who's going to do the damage, again, 2 for 3 right now in this game, and then Jeremy Pena able to do some damage too. So Altuve has done his job in this situation, as far as setting the table. 3-1 count now against Altuve. Dominguez still out there right now. Sir Anthony Dominguez, 22 pitches into his work night. As Dusty Baker looks on, we'll see what Altuve can do. Full count pitch upcoming. Slam down the third base line, and we'll do this again as it is a full count. Jeremy Pena will be due up next. Still a 2-1 contest. No runs have been scored since Jeremy Pena's home run in the 4th inning. Altuve digs in as he waits on the full count pitch. Everybody's standing here at Citizens Bank Park and waving the towels, urging the Phillies to get out of this. They need to score some runs, though. Dominguez delivers inside. That almost bit Altuve up near the hands, and that's going to be a base runner, and that will bring up Jeremy Pena. So the 24-year-old rookie, 253 numbers in the regular season with 22 bombs, 63 RBI, 135 strikeouts and 22 walks. He replaced Carlos Correa effectively coming into this season, and now he is the only World Series shortstop rookie to hit a home run in the World Series. And he scored both runs in this contest. So Jeremy Pena, 2 for 3 with a single, a solo shot, and 2 RBIs, 321 in the postseason with 4 home runs and 8 RBI. Pena digging into a critical at-bat. And nothing more so than now, as Altuve is at first. Altuve has got some wheels, but Dusty Baker probably won't elect for a strike him out, throw him out situation that happened in the first when it was Pena against Yordan Alvarez. Now it's Pena and Altuve with Altuve at first and nobody out. Pena a little late there with the off-speed pitch at 91. He falls it directly back of JT Realmuto. It's 1-1 now. Sir Anthony Dominguez will begin set to throw pitch number 26. He can touch up to 102, and his sinker and off-speed pitches go within the low 90s. Not all that low, probably 102 to 94 is his range. This Pena, he's been hot in this game, 2 for 3. Going to get set to dig in a 1-1 count with no outs. In off the hands, Altuve's running. He slides into second base. We'll see if he can get up and get to third. He does. So Jeremy Pena delivers once again, 3 for 4 night. And now it's first and third as he fouls that one off the thumbs to get that down the first base line up the hit and run delivery. So Dusty Baker did go for the hit and run. Perfect job by Pena as he got the middle of the bat, pulled the hands in beautifully. And the Astros have something cooking here with first and third and nobody out. So Sir Anthony Dominguez is going to depart, and we'll see who's going to have to put up the fire here for Rob Thomson's squad. It's going to be an immediate fire as it's first and third with nobody out. When we come back, we'll get you the pitching change in a moment.
Alexa, can you tell Wilma to clean under the kitchen table?
Okay.
Quiet. It's Alexa.
I knew this day would come.
So while we're in the middle of our commercial break, I'll give you some NHL scores. Red Wings won 3-1 over the Washington Capitals. Blackhawks and Kings tied at 1. That's almost going overtime, 3:45 in the third. It's the Predators with a 3-1 lead over the Flames, as the Flames are in danger of dropping 3 straight games. That's not good. The Oilers on the side of the Devils, a 3-1 lead for the Oilers. Both teams at 7-3. The Stars destroying the Coyotes 4-0 at the end of 1. The Canucks and Ducks are underway. That's 1-1. And the Panthers have a 1-0 lead over the Sharks, 5:58 in the first. Other finals here for you. Golden Knights go to 10-2 on the season as they beat the Sens 5-4. Hurricanes edge the Lightning in the shootout. The Lightning do get a point. They go to 6-4-1. Hurricanes 7-2-1. Bruins 10-1 on the season. They get a 5-2 victory over the Rangers. The Kraken blank the Wild 4-1. They go to 6-4-2 on the season. The Islanders, they destroyed the Blues 5-2. Blues drop 6 straight games. And the Jets 6-3-1. They get the win over the Canadiens in overtime 3-2. Not a lot of basketball games going on tonight. I believe there was just 2. Soft night in the NBA, both finals. Orlando beats Golden State 130-129. Denver knocks off OKC 122-110. We're in the middle of a commercial break, going to the bullpen of the Philadelphia Phillies, and I believe that's going to bring up David Robertson. That's what I'm showing right now on this ESPN box, a little bit ahead of my feed. He's going to have to quench the fire here, I believe, with runners at first and third and nobody out in the 8th. Houston's got a grand opportunity to go ahead and cement a lead that's 2-1 and try to figure this out and finish it off and take a 3-2 series advantage going into Minute Maid. So David Robertson has to come in, the closer, and close out the fire here that the Astros are potentially bringing. They have runners on first and third with no outs. Yordan Alvarez, this goes down the line, and this is foul as Kyle Schwarber gave it a look. It'll be Alvarez and Bregman at least if a double play is hit. Even if a double play is hit and no runs will count for Alvarez, you'd think they'd take it. Houston would take any runs they can get at this point. We try to make it a 3-1 scoring line potentially. Alvarez 0 for 3 in this contest, 2 strikeouts and a pop-out. This postseason number is 2 bombs, 10 RBI, but his average is dropping like a rock. He struggled in the World Series. Good time for a breakout. That one nicely blocked by JT Realmuto. Strands the runners, at least at first and third, where they can't go anywhere. So Altuve at third, Pena at first. Those are your runners right now for Yordan Alvarez. Is JT Realmuto. You get a look on the Fox side that made a great catch in between the wickets, holding on that left leg. I'm sure he had to tweak that one a little bit. Alvarez on the 1-1 pitch. The low again with the knuckle curve is Robertson not getting Yordan much to work with here. Runners on first and third with nobody out for the Houston Astros. Big time opportunity to score runs late in this contest, no doubt about it. Can Yordan come through, and can Robertson quell the fire? Down the first base line, this has to be touched by Hoskins, but because he couldn't get a piece of it, Jose Altuve scores from third. So it's a runner at second now is Pena. Altuve scores from third, and Yordan Alvarez is out at first. So it's 3-1 Houston with Jeremy Pena on at second and 1 out. That was going to be a tough play. Robertson got the ground out there, but it ate up Rhys Hoskins. And instead, Hoskins, of throwing over to Robertson. He touched Yordan Alvarez, but will get him out. That was going to be a tough play anyway, but alertly, Jose Altuve was able to score from third. So Bregman with the fastball at 92. That's about the upper regions of where Robertson's going to be right now. Is that one split the middle of the plate, and Bregman just took it. A double, 1 for 2, and a hit by pitch. Again, his double down the left field line just missed a home run opportunity where Houston could have added on even more than they are right now with a 3-1. It's a man on second and Jeremy Pena with 1 out as Bregman's at the dish. Astros trying to take a 3-2 series lead back to Minute Maid on Saturday. They have a 3-1 lead in this contest in Game 5. Fastball way low, and Bregman bites on it. 1-1. John Ott here with you for Game 5 of the World Series. I'm glad you guys have moved around between Twitter Spaces and the YouTube side. It's been very active. Humbly, I appreciate it as we've hit over the 3 hours and 8-minute mark almost. So it's been a little bit longer baseball game, but I appreciate you guys following along. Bregman. He's going to cue this one down the first base line, and we will do it again. Again, Jeremy Pena on second. A big opportunity here for Alex Bregman to make something happen. This is not a closeout game here tonight, but this is a critical swing game. Whoever wins this one is going to take a 3-2 series advantage back to Minute Maid on Saturday. Philadelphia offense has gone quiet ever since the shutout, and now just 1 run into this game. Bregman in off the fists, follows this one off and stays alive. As Realmuto is able to get another baseball there for the umpire, making sure they didn't ring his bell. So Altuve and Pena 5 for 7 in this contest with a home run, 3 RBI, and 3 runs. That's pretty much your game. Kyle Schwarber, third career season, postseason leadoff home run, ties the MLB record. Verlander, 5 innings pitched. He only gave up 1 run. So Jose Altuve and Jeremy Pena 2 for 3 and 3 for 4 combined in between the two. Bregman waiting on the 1-2 pitch. He's going to put this down the right field line. Here's a chance for Castellanos to look at it. This one will bounce off of the Philly fans and go wide. So looking at the poll result again, I can imagine there's going to be a lot of you left on that side of it. Will the Astros hold the lead to take a 3-2 advantage this Saturday? That is the current question that's going to stay up there right now. And that could very well swing in the balance of what happens in the top of this 8th, as it's Alex Bregman with 1 out, 1-2 count, Jeremy Pena in at second. Everybody in Philly feeling tense right now. Bregman waiting on the 1-2 of Robertson. And the cutter, a little low. Nice block there by JT Realmuto. And we'll do it again at 2-2. So Robertson, as John Smoltz said, he's trying to get a little bit of extra snap on the knuckle curve, a little bit of extra velo, maybe 92, 93 on that fastball. A little amped up right now. Thank you for joining in, JD Run. How you doing, buddy? You're just joining in at a good time, as it's a full count on the Twitter Spaces side for Alex Bregman. 1 out. 3-1 is your score line. Houston has the lead. Jeremy Pena, pretty much all the offense in between Jose Altuve and Jeremy Pena. Full count pitch upcoming to Alex Bregman. Pena at second. Robertson rocks and delivers. That was a perfect pitch, but a perfect eye. They will try to bust him inside. Alex Bregman did not budge. And that's going to bring up Kyle Tucker, King Tuck as he is affectionately called in Houston, with a big-time opportunity with runners at first and second. Again, Bregman at first and Pena at second after the walk. For the Houston Astros to do much more than take a 3-1 lead. They want to take a 3-2 series lead into Minute Maid on Saturday. Again, with the 2-3-2 format, we're going to get that off day. So it'll be an off day for me tomorrow, and I'll be back for Game 6. Maybe Cooper Hopkins will be in with me on the call, and we'll have a full 2-man broadcast. But to me, it's just riding solo here tonight, trying to see who wins this pivotal swing game. So I appreciate you listening along. Tucker, off-speed pitch. You try to go all the way through, but it's a little bit early as he follows that one directly back. Gurriel is sitting back on the player's bench now with a head down. I wonder if he hit the back of the head. He got stuck in the previous inning, caught in between third and going home, where he got taken out. I don't know if he took a tag up toward the head, toward the arm, or something else that's causing him some discomfort. And hopefully he'll be okay by the time we get back to Saturday's contest. That being said, right now, Kyle Tucker trying to dig in the 0-1. David Robertson, the closer, trying to get out of it here for Philadelphia. They can't afford any more runs here. Tucker slams this one. Castellanos makes the catch. That should be deep enough to advance Jeremy Pena to third. And that's going to count as a sac fly. And that will bring up what could be Yuli Gurriel, but he's not going to be there now. So we'll see who's going to bat sixth here as they flip that over. So Dusty Baker, they're going to go ahead and say make that substitution, and I want to see who this is going to be. So is this going to be Trey Mancini? Yes, it is. 0 for 17 in the postseason, 0 for 5 in the series with 2 strikeouts, as Gurriel is clearly not okay to go take his bat here in the 8th, as he looks a little bit concerned. Trey Mancini, again, 0 for 17 in the postseason. He's got to do a job here and get out of that slump, because this is a big-time opportunity for at least Houston to take a 3-1 lead. 2 outs. Robertson trying to get out of this. It was a knuckle curve that was caught too much of the plate, the middle of the plate at that, but Mancini was out in front of it. Appreciate anyone that's jumped in between the YouTube and Twitter Spaces side. We've hit about the 3-hour 15 mark on the broadcast. Again, hopelesssportsguy.wordpress.com. That'll be where the game story is going to be. You can follow me at John Ott, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, and at TVU Gunslinger at Instagram if you want coverage. Mancini busted in on the hands with a knuckle curve, and he evens the count at 1-1. Mancini, you want to be able to get more play time here if you're Dusty Baker, but again, you really can't because his bat's just been ice cold. But it's 1-1. He's going to pinch hit for Yuli Gurriel, who left with an injury. He took the fastball that split the plate. Don't know what Mancini was waiting for, but again, that's probably why he's not getting much time. 1-2 count now for Trey. Everybody waving the towels and up to their feet right now, urging Robertson to get out of this, and this would be big time. Philadelphia could score a pair of runs. We'll see if Mancini can deliver. 1-2 pitch and a knuckle curve about 7 feet from the strike zone. Going to be a defensive indifference as Tucker going to be able to get second base. So it'll be second and third. Philadelphia not really worried about that at this point. They're more worried about the fact that they don't want another one of these runners to score and touch home plate. 2-2 now, the count against Trey Mancini. Mancini. This one is down in the dirt. And Mancini going to draw. The base is loaded. If he can draw a walk here, it's a full count. It's going to be David Hensley on deck, potentially with the full count. Hensley's been kind of cold. Mancini's been even colder. So I think Robertson's got to find a way to lock in and get this pitch. But that's just me. Everybody nervous right now. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss for Robertson as he punches out Mancini. And the Astros leave runners at second and third. Although it's 3-1, it's going to bring up Castellanos, Bohm, and Stott, 5, 6, and 7 for Rob Thompson's squad. Come right back. I'm going to take a quick break. We'll call the bottom of the 8th.
When we were a motorized bicycle, they said that's fine for the streets. She'll never win a race. Just the motorcycles are one thing, but you can't make cars. All right, you're a car company, but you won't win Formula One on a highway. Well, you'll never compete off-road. What about when there is no road? No gas. They've challenged us to do a lot of things. What will we do next? On the power of dreams.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore,
Really want to treat you. Right? When I got out, I didn't want to admit that I was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, like, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine. If you're not, it's okay. Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
It's nice. Why? For a long week of telling people how Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you can pay for what you need. Shoot. I'm on fire tonight. Yeah. We're not counting. Only pay for what you need. Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Ordinary tissues burn when Theo blows, so Puffs Plus Lotion rescued his nose. With up to 50% more lotion, Puffs brings soothing relief. A nose in need deserves Puffs Indeed, America's #1 lotion tissue.
You know why man is so different this year? Phil says, yo, hit boy, what you think? To make the biggest hit in the game, man. Let's see it then.
Thank you for joining in and out of the YouTube side. We get back in, locked in for the final 6 outs, potentially for the Philadelphia Phillies. We're in the bottom of the 8th. It's still 2-1 Houston.
Pet prescription delivered to your door. Chewy.
So the best of 7 is the best of 3. As I've said, it's going to be a pivotal 3-2 swing game. The Houston Astros trying to close this out in the final 6 outs here for the Phillies. Get last at bats at home. And the last home game of this World Series for Philadelphia is it's a 2-3-2 format. Rafael Montero is out there now as he delivered ball 1 into Castellanos. And the second pitch is ball 2, as that was just below the outside of the black. Nick Castellanos, 2 flyouts, 1 lineout, 200 in the postseason with 7 RBI. But it's been his defense that's been the story that was able to get them a winning game 1, and then a couple diving catches throughout that. So Castellanos been good in the field, although they got to percolate that bat. Philadelphia needs anything to percolate right now to keep that going. 2-0. Castellanos will foul off the fastball. It's 2-1 now against Nick Castellanos. So let's bring up the batting order side of it for Philadelphia. So it'll be Castellanos, Bohm, and Bryson Stott, 5, 6, and 7 will be due up here for Rob Thompson's squad. Rafael Montero trying to close this out. They might go to Ryan Presley if they can get through on the Montero side. And he got the call on a fastball, and Castellanos does not like it. It swells the count to 2-2. That was not even close, folks. A good frame job there by Maldonado nonetheless. He took a ball. It was called a strike. Castellanos, none too pleased, and I would not be either. 2-2 now against Nicholas Castellanos. Montero will deliver. That one is a full count. As that one toward the outside has been called the ball, but the balls toward the inside could have been called strikes. And that's what we're seeing right now throughout this. So Trey Mancini, since the Yuli Gurriel got injured, he's going to take over on the first base side. Castellanos waiting on the full count pitch. We'll see what happens for Nick here. Big at bat. Slams the fastball foul. Stays alive as Nick Castellanos has a little casual stroll on the first base side. So again, Banks closed. So first 6 games, 42 runs. Last 2 games, 1. First 6, 54 hits. Last 2 games, 5. Last 2, 29 in the first 6. Extra base, 2. And then 17 home runs to 1. Courtesy of Kyle Schwarber. He's got the only run of this contest here for Philadelphia Phillies And that was a leadoff home run in the first, when you thought the runs would be the over-under would go over. Good job by Castellanos. Draws the walk. And now Alec Bohm is due up next. So the Phillies, they have life. Well, they just still have their 6 outs remaining. And they got Castellanos now at first as he draws the walk. That'll bring up Alec Bohm. So Alec Bohm has been silenced since a couple games ago of hitting his 1,000th home run in World Series history. 2 for 3 with 2 singles in this game, 222 average, a home run and 8 RBI. The last at bat for Alec Bohm, he was able to hit that one, kind of nudge it on this side and get that across in the sense of when he would lunge down the right field line to get a single. Castellanos runs decently, so we'll see if Rob Thomson can trust him to try to maybe steal a base or get a hit and run on. Bohm swings and misses with the fastball, 96 cheese, up toward the top left side of the box on the outside. We'll do it again at 0-1. John Ott here with you with local Fox coverage. This is Game 5 of the World Series. It'll be an off day here for me tomorrow before we get back at it on Saturday to see who takes a pivotal 3-2 series lead with a potential closeout on Saturday. Montero will deliver, and Bohm obliges again as he swings on the fastball and gets nothing. So just go up a little higher here if you're Rafael Montero, would be my guess, to try to see if Alec Bohm will chase one more time. He's not looked comfortable with those fastballs. He's been a little late. That had some good late movement to it toward the upper reaches of the strike zone. Man, if Bryce Harper gets another opportunity, then you would think that Philadelphia is probably in business. You're 6 in the order, and Bryce is 4. The 0-2 pitch is up even higher, but this was a breaker. 1-2 the count. Rafael Montero is going to be 11 pitches into his day of work. He just spelled the Houston Astros in the bottom of the 8th as Castellanos was able to draw the walk, and now Bohm is behind in the count 1-2. Alec Bohm trying to keep things going here for the Philadelphia Phillies as a stutter step for Montero, trying to check Castellanos at first, and now gets set to deliver here with Maldonado. And he blows away with a fastball. Alec Bohm, big out there for Rafael Montero, and that will bring up Bryson Stott. A 97-mile-an-hour fastball. And Bohm, that was just underneath the bat, almost got a piece of it, but he was not comfortable with any of those fastball locations. So now a chance for Bryson Stott. A pop out and 2 flyouts in this contest. Philadelphia down to their final 5 outs. They need at least 2 runs to tie it, and Castellanos is at first. First pitch is up high, and Stott takes a ball. John Ott here with you on the call. Glad you can join me here on the Twitter Spaces or the YouTube side. It's been lively all the way across, and I humbly appreciate anyone that's followed along. Stott waiting on the 1-0 from Montero. Gets a sign from Maldonado. Fires and delivers, and another fastball in the same spot, a little bit higher. Trying to see if Bryson Stott would go ahead and deliver on it. He did not. And it's 2-0. The count is working in his favor right now. And Montero will take a little bit of step off the hill here before he delivers pitch number 14. All the Philadelphia fans are standing, but the towels are not waving too much. They're kind of sitting on their hands as the Philadelphia Phillies right now, through the last 2 innings of the game pretty much, they've gotten 16 innings, and they've only scored 1 run if you're combining all those together. Good job by Stott. It's 3-0 now. Gene Segura would be up next if Stott can draw a walk, and Gene Segura puts bat to ball. No doubt about it. So Segura waiting on deck. He's 1 for 3. Stott way ahead in the count, 3-0. We'll see if he's going to take a pitch right now, as Philadelphia is down to their final 5 outs. We're in the bottom of the 8th with 1 out. Houston's got a 3-1 lead. Philadelphia up to bat. Stott. None of those were close, and Stott never took a chance on any of them. Draws the walk. It's going to bring up Gene Segura with 2 on and 1 out. Philadelphia has been in this situation several innings. They've had traffic on the base pass, but they've not been able to converge. We'll see if they do so now. So we're going to take a look in the meeting on the mound right now as Ryan Presley is going to get set to get warm. He is the Astros closer. Only a couple votes, and the latest question, will the Astros take a 3-2 lead? And I'm in the middle of the call now, so I have to go ahead and wait on this side of it. But I will go ahead and call back on that side when we get a chance. So bottom 8, 1 out. That's what we got right now. Appreciate anyone else that's followed along here, as it's been an absolutely crazy contest. There's been times where there's been some traffic on the base paths. But we'll see right now if Montero can get out of this, and we'll see right now, quite frankly, if the Philadelphia Phillies can finally come through and deliver. They've been waiting a while over the last couple games. Gene Segura, Montero getting set to throw the pitch. Segura takes a knuckle curve that caught a lot of the plate, but he did not swing at it. Segura behind in the count 0-1. It's runners at first and second with Bohm and Stott, respectively. Philadelphia trying to tie this game in their final 5 outs. Runners on first and second with Segura up. He's going to put this one to the right field line. That's going to be a solid base hit. Here comes Castellanos. He scores, and Stott gets to third. Philadelphia and Segura comes through. It's a 3-2 ball game now. Good job there by Segura. Made no mistake with runners in scoring position. A big-time opportunity for the Philadelphia Phillies now to tie the game with runners at first and third. I understand a double play could be in their future, but you would think at this point, Brandon Marsh, as Montero exits, Brandon Marsh upcoming, he can do the damage. Yeah, I will call you back when this game is done because I'm just doing in the middle of a broadcast here. I will hit you up in probably about 20 minutes or so once this game goes to extras.
It's a new day because now updated COVID vaccines
Okay.
protect against both the original COVID virus and Omicron. Just in time to say, oh, you bet I'll be there a whole lot more.
I'll let you know tomorrow when all that stuff is. Right now it's a close game. It's a 1-run game, but I'll let you know. All right.
Enjoy 4 levels of defense to help keep your engine running like new. That's it. There is no stop.
Anytime your grandma calls, you got to be able to answer that phone. That's what you do.
They'll pay themselves and magically disappear. Nope, still there. Why wait? With QuickBooks, you can send invoices and get paid 4 times faster. Sunday on a special night, we're bringing you an all-new Masked Singer with a fly 90s night fun. This is how we do it. And a new costume. He is the heart of pride. Makes everyone
I wonder if Cooper Hopkins will be at the end of this game because this team's down 3-1 to Nashville. That'll be 3 straight losses for the Calgary Flames. That is no bueno. In the sense of the way that you want to end your road stand. You got Nashville and then New Jersey's been really good, so that's not a given there. That would be an utter train wreck over the last 4 games if they end up dropping all those. We're going to get set and back into the game action very shortly here as Brandon Marsh will be due up. Couple walks by the Houston Astros bullpen kind of set up this situation. A good at bat there and a good hit by Gene Segura. Phillies have a chance right now to take a 3-3 tie, but they got to do so against Ryan Presley. So back in the official action right now, Ryan Presley has to try to put up the flare right now. Gene Segura made this a 3-2 contest. It's Bryson Stott at third, Gene Segura at first. Brandon Marsh up at the plate. All he's looking for right now is a sac fly to get this game tied and give Philadelphia last at bats. We're in the bottom of the eighth with one out. The last thing, obviously, the Phillies would want is a double play in this situation. Brandon Marsh, he was walked and hit by a pitch, 0 for 1 in this contest. But he was really good over the last couple and at the bottom of the order. But it is against Ryan Presley. Who knows? He might have to get 5 outs. So 0-1 against Marsh. This knuckle curve goes a little bit down as it's fouled off, and Marsh is behind the count now. Kyle Schwarber will be on deck next if Marsh doesn't hit into a double play, with runners at least on first and third, depending on what happens. Philadelphia has gotten within one with Gene Segura's latest hit. It's now 3-2. Nick Castellanos looking on. Again, he was partially responsible, getting that with a walk. He scored from third base off the Gene Segura hit. 0-2 against Marsh. Presley trying to get him out. Swing and a miss for Ryan Presley. Huge strikeout there. And Brandon Marsh is going to have to take a seat. Ryan Presley, the stone cold Terminator eyes, he gets him with the knuckle curve, the yacker, and that will bring up Kyle Schwarber. So no matter what happens, you're coming to a situation where Kyle Schwarber, let's say he gets out. In the ninth, it's Hoskins, Realmuto, and Harper. So Harper will have one more chance to deliver as a hero. But let's see what Kyle Schwarber can do. Bottom of the eighth, 2 outs, runners on first and third. Schwarber trying to at least tie this game or not take the lead. It was a Schwarber bomb in the first off Verlander. He rockets this one, fouled on the first base line as he got all of it, and he'll do it again. Anytime Schwarber thinks he could have had a pitch, he's always a little demonstrative in his outlooks there. I always appreciate that. You can always tell what he's feeling on his face. He doesn't have that poker face, but I don't mind it. John Ott here with you. Games are tight and hands are on faces right now. 2-2 series tie. 3-2 lead right now for the Astros as the ball gets blocked nicely there by Maldonado, and the runners will hold at first and third. Whoever wins this game is going to take the critical, pivotal swing game into a situation where this could be anyone's contest with a 3-2 going into Minute Maid on Saturday. So I will be off on the broadcast tomorrow, but I will be back on Saturday. Still a lot to figure out here in between Presley and Schwarber. Schwarber waits on the 1-1. What a nasty knuckle curve. It had Schwarber off his front foot, and now it's 1-2. He dropped the one knee trying to sill that one to the right field line. Schwarber was all set up for the fastball, and he got the yacker. And we'll see what happens now as he shakes his head. It's a 1-2 count against Kyle Schwarber. 2 outs. Philadelphia down to their final 4 outs. And before the pitch can be delivered, Schwarber's going to call for time. So pitch number 7 will be upcoming for Ryan Presley. Imagine for Dusty Baker, he might have to get 5 outs saved, as the closer has always been good here for Houston. Nothing but righties in the Houston's bullpen. Presley gets a sign from Maldonado. Delivered off the 1-2. Schwarber. That was a fair ball that was caught by Trey Mancini. He saved a run. And now the Astros go to the ninth with a lead. That was a scorcher on the first baseline. Could have bounced off the bag. And Trey Mancini's been ice cold with the bat. He made a great play with the glove. Let's go to the ninth. The Astros have a 3-2 lead.
Okay, we open with preheat the make them feel.
Of course. See how much you can save by bundling with Geico.
No way. You couldn't miss your chance to get Francisco Lindor's autograph.
You can.
But now you're going to need someone new to sign your paycheck.
Pretty indeed.
Indeed you do.
When you upload your resume to Indeed, you get personalized job suggestions based on your skills and preferences. So you'll be back in the game in no time.
COVID-19, some people get it, and some people can get it bad. And for those who do get it bad, it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, asthma, or smoking. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, don't wait. Ask your healthcare provider right away if an authorized oral treatment is right for you.
Get free Doritos Locos Tacos only on the app now by signing up for Taco Bell Rewards. And join our fans as they use Kyle Schwarber's World Series steal to run up the score on free tacos. Steal a base, steal a taco.
Here's the problem. Nobody knows what Hulu Plus Live TV is.
Yeah, because with over 75 live channels with sports like NFL games, plus Disney Plus, plus ESPN Plus.
What if we call it Hulu Plus Live TV Plus Plus Plus? That's dumb. But we're going to go with it.
T-Mobile keeps you in the game whether you're down here or up here, because T-Mobile lets you stream games in the air with free Wi-Fi all flight long, and you're connected to the playoffs overseas with high-speed data on us. T-Mobile, coverage beyond the expected.
Back underneath the action now. Appreciate anyone that's moved in between Twitter Spaces and the YouTube side. I'm going to get the recorder going again. Zach Eflin, new pitcher to be able to tell you about. 8 2/3, 4 earned runs, 2 walks, 9 strikeouts, 2 1/3 innings pitched with 3 strikeouts in the World Series. Hensley will take this one. It was a favorable call on the inside with the off-speed pitch, 0-2 against Zach Eflin. So going on the Houston side of the order, as we are getting close here, it is going to be 7, 8, 9, bottom of the order. Hensley will follow this one. This is going to be a tough play, and they're going to have no play. As Hensley just be able to get an infield hit and going to be able to keep things going here for Houston. So Philadelphia scored 1-1, courtesy of Gene Segura and a walk there for Nick Castellanos. They're showing Yuli Gurriel on the Fox Sports side of it since being injured. Don't know if he pulled something with an arm or whatever that was like that, but he got pulled immediately for the defensive side of Trey Mancini, and then you get a nice play by Mancini, who was 0 for 15 with the bat and going to make it one of the critical plays here in this game that could have easily been down the first base line in a double, and Schwarber slams the bat. He kind of slammed the bat in the same way when he had Angel Hernandez in the strike zone. He's like, up here you miss, up, down here you miss. If you remember that one from a few months ago, it was pretty funny there. So McCormick now with Hensley at first. He'll get set to be able to dig in on this. A 94-mile-an-hour sinker. Caught the edge of the strike zone there. 0 for 3. Last bat was a fielder's choice. 257 in the postseason, 2 home runs, 3 RBI. Traz McCormick, 245. This season, the regular season, 14 bombs, 44 RBI, 46 walks. He's known for his defense and his speed. See if his speed can end up turning something here for Chaz and the Houston Astros. As you got Hensley at first. That was a big-time breaker, and that was a lollipop there near the top part of the right part of the box. And McCormick was able to spit on that one nicely. I think one of those guys would swing at something like that, maybe get that in off the fist, but that didn't happen on that part of it. 1-1 count now. What's going on? I got 2 Davids in here on this side of it. Again, no Cooper Hopkins on that side of it, so I appreciate you leaving me that message saying that you wanted to hear me get that final call. I probably should have. That was a ball drop on my part with the combined no hitters. So I appreciate you leaving that out there and giving me the vote of confidence. I did saw that. I left a like on that side of it. Humbly appreciate that. And no matter what happens with this game, I will be back on Saturday to call Game 6 and the potential closeout. Maybe Cooper Hopkins will be there on that side of it. So 1-2. Eflin going to get set to deliver, but first he'll throw over just to check on David Hensley. Again, we're going to get close to flipping over that order again for the fourth time. Then Chas McCormick, Maldonado, and Jose Altuve. No outs. Free for the Astros in top of the ninth. The Phillies have potentially 3 outs to work with to try to tie this game. So they need to stem the tide here and hold that damage. McCormick. The 1-2. He swings out of his shoes off the knuckler. He could have swung at that 3 times, and he never would have been able to make contact. As Eflin, that was a dirty pitch from the bottom right corner, and he got McCormick all sorts of messed up there. That was a gorgeous knuckle curve. Nothing you can do with that one. And Martin Maldonado now, because I think we're getting some votes here in the YouTube side of the chat. I know it's only 1 or 2, but that does sway enough. Will the Astros hold the lead to take a 3-2 advantage to Saturday? And now the votes are coming in, and it's split right now. I don't blame them. You don't know what's going to happen here with the Phillies. So Maldonado fakes bunt and was holding the triangle button from MLB The Show and pulls it back, I guess. 0-1. I don't ever would want to think that Martin Maldonado would want a bunt. That'd be a silly situation right now. Because I don't even think he can run that well, let alone put a bunt down. Not something you would ask your catcher to do too often. 0-1 against Maldonado. Eflin going to get set to deliver pitch number 9. That breaker so far with the knuckle curve has been absolutely devastating. There's another one in off the hands. And again, you take that bunt off, you want to go swing. This could be a chance for the runner to get the third. Hensley's going to stay at second instead. He fought that one in off the hands. Again, you have one of those situations where a runner's on first. You're going to create a little bit of gap, and that's where Maldonado hit it exactly. So now it's runners on first and second. Close look there on the Fox side of it. He caught all of the middle part of the bat, able to fight that inside off the hands. Good pitch there for Eflin to throw, and an even better job by Hensley to not want to hit him. In the sense of that's how you come through. And now it's going to bring up the top of the order and Jose Altuve and then Jeremy Pena, where the extent of the damage has been done. Again, 3-2 scoreline says that not a lot of runs have been scored, with the amount of hits in between Altuve and Pena. That's what's mattered. 2 for 3 right now, double, single, walk, and 2 runs for Altuve as he's really bounced back here in this Game 5. He's been pretty sound in the postseason, but he's made it where it matters right now as Kate Upton is clapping her hands. Anytime you see Kate, I always wave at the screen. That's just my superstition. So Altuve waits a none for Eflin. And that one is almost dotted near the inside of the black. It's called the ball. So multi-hit games in postseason history. Altuve's got 31. Manny's got 31. Bernie Williams with 36. Derek Jeter with 58. How do you do, sir, on that side? Elite company nonetheless. 1-0 count. Altuve ahead. Eflin working on the pitch here as they get squared away with JT Realmuto. That is a nice sinker near the black. Altuve will spit on it and take it. It's 1-1 now. Again, Jeremy Pena will be due up next unless there is some sort of double play. It's a 3-2 scoreline. But we know in Game 5, whoever wins this one will take a 3-2 series advantage back to Minute Maid on Saturday. So we know it's a pivotal swing game. Let me get an off day before we change sites to Minute Maid. That's what we know right now. 1-1 count. Altuve. Sinker, a little bit outside. 2-1 now as Altuve swells the count in his favor. Appreciate you guys been bouncing in and out of YouTube right now. It's gotten steadily more active as we've gotten close toward the end of the game. If you guys want to check in with the action, I've kept it updated through those boxes right now. We are in the top of the ninth. Jose Altuve is at the dish. 1 out to work with. Houston's got runners on first and second. David, I appreciate you listening in on the Twitter Spaces side. Altuve waits. A knuckle curve, and this is going to touch third. Bohm to first. Gets the double play! The Philadelphia Phillies able to roll over a quick double play. Zach Eflin does the job. And now the Phillies have 3 outs to work with to tie the game. Can they do it? Let's find out together. I will be right back to call the bottom of the ninth. Stay tuned, everybody. So just to get everybody reset here, and I want to make sure I get this correct on the ESPN box score, it's going to be Rhys, Hoskins, JT Realmuto, and Bryce Harper. The Phillies need a run. They're only down 3-2, and those are the heavy hitters to do it. Again, when you're thinking about Rhys Hoskins and JT Realmuto, how does 0 for 8 and 6 strikeouts sound? That is your potential power hitters that are not delivering in the situation in this game. And you're at a situation up until last inning where when JT Realmuto knocked a single in and scored Nick Castellanos, it had been about, if I get my math correctly, 17 innings before Philadelphia actually scored again. So it's been a little while. I'll give you some scores here as we're waiting on the bottom of the ninth, basically some hockey scores, not a lot of basketball. It's 4-3. It looks like the Devils are going to knock off the Oilers. They'll be 8-3 on the season, and that'll be the next opponent there of Cooper Hopkins and the Nashville Predators. And that is going to be a situation where things can get rough. 5-0. The Stars have the lead over the Coyotes. 3-2. The Canucks have the advantage over the Ducks after 2 periods. Panthers have a 1-0 lead over the Sharks with 10 minutes to go in the second. Golden Knights get the final 5-4 win over the Sens. 4-3 victory for the Lightning. 4th victory for the Hurricanes over the Lightning in the shootout. Bruins win 5-2 over the Rangers, improved to 10-1 on the season. Seattle Kraken 6-4-2 with a 4-0 victory over the Wild. Islanders all over the Blues. 5-2. The Blues have lost 6 straight games. The Canadiens lose to the Jets in overtime 3-2. Blackhawks beat the Kings 2-1. 5-4-2 on the season. And the Preds just own the Flames 4-1. The Flames have lost 3 straight games, and they welcome New Jersey in the next couple nights before going on the long road stand. So that's not exactly how the Flames wanted to start pretty much their 10-game Province road stand. They're 5-4. Final 3 outs. That is what faces the Philadelphia Phillies right now. They are down 3-2. But they have an opportunity right now. They have the meat of the order. The only problem is between Realmuto and Hoskins, they've struck out 6 times. So back into the official actions right now, it's Hoskins, Realmuto, and Harper. But between Realmuto and Hoskins, they have struck out 6 times in this contest. So we know about the power that is facing them in front. Philadelphia just needs 1 run in the bottom of the ninth to tie this game. It's a 3-2 lead for the Houston Astros. Ryan Presley trying to get a 5-out save as we're underway right now. It only takes 1, and that's what John Smoltz is saying, and he is correct. But is Philadelphia going to be able to deliver that? That is the ultimate question right now. So Hoskins now, 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Same thing for JT Realmuto between the 2 and 3. And behind Bryce Harper, they're not giving him the protection. See if they can deliver now. Philadelphia down their final 3 outs. Hoskins fouls one off and stays alive. It's 0-1. Philadelphia needs a run. Houston's got a 3-2 lead, and they're trying to take a 3-2 series lead going into Saturday to close it out to try to win the Commissioner's Trophy. What we do know is Game 6 will be a potential closeout game, but we don't know who's going to take it just yet. These final 3 outs will decide it in this close contest. Hoskins slams this down the first base line, and we'll do this again. 0-2 count as I'm getting spammed in the YouTube chat one more time. It's been very active across the YouTube side, so humbly, I appreciate you guys checking in with me and on Twitter Spaces as well. Philadelphia down to their final 3 outs. They have the middle of the order to do so between Hoskins, Realmuto, and Harper. Although they have 6 strikeouts in between Hoskins and Realmuto. 0-2. From Presley, Hoskins follows it out in front as he was way ahead of the off-speed pitch. And we'll try this one more time. Presley going to throw pitch number 11. He's looking for the 5-out save for Dusty Baker's squad. All hands are tense, and they're clammy right now. This is a close game. This has been one of those games that have been close for the first time in this series, despite going into this 2-2. Hoskins follows it off again, but despite going into this 2-2, it was a series that had 15 runs apiece in between both teams, but you had those 5-out breakouts, a 7-0 win mixed in. Things have been a little bit crazy, but now we finally get a close, nail-biting game. Philadelphia's got the meat of their order, and they got a chance right now. But they got to get a run across against Presley. 0-2 is the count as Hoskins. And he watches the ball bounce right back to him off Maldonado. He's going to throw it back and request a new baseball. And the count now is 1-2 for Rhys Hoskins. Again, 2, 3, and 4. Hoskins, Realmuto, Harper due up in this bottom of the 9th, and the Phillies need a run. Whoever wins this game is going to be taking a 3-2 advantage at Minute Maid Park when we return to action in Game 6 on Saturday in this pivotal swing game. Presley delivers. Swing and a miss! Presley gets Hoskins with a fastball. And that is 4 strikeouts for Rhys Hoskins. That is the golden sombrero. And he's going to get a chance to do that again against JT Realmuto, who was due up next. Presley needs 2 more outs to get the 5-out save as Dusty Baker looks on. He shouts in happiness, just like I shouted in that strikeout. Big time one for Presley there. But now he's got to get Realmuto. Again, a combined 7 strikeouts now between Hoskins and Realmuto. That was Hoskins' 4th. Realmuto out in front of that pitch, but it's foul down the third base line, and Bregman will play this one, and they'll do it again. A 1 count against JT. He has been ice cold, and not just the rest of the Philadelphia Phillies, but ever since being the hero on the top of the 10th in Game 1, it's been nothing but strikeouts here basically for JT. So I wonder if Rob Thomson will move him just slightly down the order there with Rhys Hoskins. And figure that out. A 1 pitch. Presley getting set to deliver right now. Knuckle curve down in the zone. Realmuto is going to split on it. Thank you for the likes in there as far as the feed. Then following along, I'm going to take the off day on Friday and be back on Saturday if you want to follow along. I'll do the same thing with the camera coverage. We're getting close to the 4-hour marker of our broadcast. Full game story will be at hopelesssportsguy.wordpress.com. We got 2 more outs to get, though. JT Realmuto. Philadelphia needs a run. The knuckle curve. This one's hit pretty deep to center field. Way back as McCormick makes the catch. Slam it into the wall. Wow. What a catch by Chas McCormick. That had double written all over it. Unbelievable catch there by McCormick, slamming into that grate against the chain link fence. Makes the catch. Realmuto gave that a ride. That was going to be an absolute double and an absolute robbery on the other side by Chas McCormick. And that's now going to bring up the last hope for the Philadelphia Phillies. And Bryce Harper and Jeremy Pena pumps his fist. Ryan Presley with the hand in his hair. He didn't smile there, but you could see the smirk across his face. It's going to bring up Bryce, 373 in the postseason with 6 bombs and 13 RBI. 2 walks and a double. Bryce Harper 1 for 2. He's the last hope for the Phillies. A fastball just on the outside black. Bryce gets the call. He's talking with Maldonado. He's talking about the frame job. That one was a little close there, too close to take, but Bryce Harper, what a great eye there. Philadelphia down to their final bat. It's Bryce Harper. They are down 3-2. JT Realmuto took the ball to the wall, but it was caught by Chas McCormick. Now it's 2-0 as Harper is ahead in the count. And here's the interesting situation. Castellanos is on deck. Yes, you can say you want to walk Harper because you don't want him to do damage to you, but at the same time, Castellanos can also lift one out of here and play the hero. 2-0 pitch. Delivered to Harper. We'll do this again as he let that one fly down the first base line. And now the count is 2-1. Presley 1 out away from giving the Astros a 3-2 win in the game and a 3-2 series lead. Can he do it? The last season MVP of the National League standing in his way, and Bryce Harper. 2-1 pitch, getting set to deliver by Presley. Hit him in the foot! And it's going to bring up Nick Castellanos. The Philadelphia Phillies, if they get a home run, they got a chance to walk this one off. Nick Castellanos is up on deck. So Castellanos has the chance to play the hero. Ryan Presley trying to get the 5-out save. It's last call time for the Philadelphia Phillies as they are down to their last out. Bryce Harper is at first. He just got hit by a pitch. Nick Castellanos, his career against Presley is 1 for 12 with 4 strikeouts. He's got a chance to play the hero or at least keep it alive. 3-2 pitch, or not 3-2 pitch, my apologies, a 3-2 game. 0-1 pitch, let me get that correct, for Nick Castellanos, and he swings through it. 0-1 now for Nick. A chance here for Philadelphia to keep things going as Bryce Harper is at first. He got drilled by a pitch in the foot. Presley trying to get the 5-out save. Crowd urging Castellanos to pull through. He gets this one down the right field line. Tucker having a look. Mancini having a look. No one can get to it. Castellanos stays alive, but he's well behind in the count. It's 0-2. Can Castellanos come through as the hero? He's down 0-2 in the count. Bryce Harper is at first. He was just hit by a pitch. Philadelphia needs 1 run to stay in this game right now and keep it tied. They're behind 3-2. Houston also trying to take a 3-2 series advantage in the Minute Maid on Saturday. Presley looking for his 5th out, trying to get the 5-out save. It's 0-2 against Castellanos. Presley delivers. Castellanos spits on it, stays alive. And so do the Philadelphia Phillies, as we just hit the 4-hour marker of our broadcast. Thank you to everyone that's followed along on Twitter Spaces and YouTube. You join in at a good time. Don't go anywhere. It is final call time here for the Philadelphia Phillies. Bryce at first. Castellanos has a chance to play walk-off hero as it's a 3-2 game. Castellanos bites on the knuckle curve, and he holds. 2-2 is the count against Nicholas Castellanos. Ryan Presley trying to get the 5-out save. This will be pitch number 25 upcoming here for Presley. Harper still at first. Towels waving right now. Everybody standing. The Castellanos big time at bat. Presley gets the sign from Maldonado. 2-2 is the count. Castellanos, ball in the dirt. And no matter what happens, the tying run is already on first base side. And Bryce Harper with the full count. He's on the move with 2 outs no matter what. Alec Bohm is on deck just in case Nick Castellanos draws the walk. 0 for 3 in this contest. He's drawn it to a full count. 2 outs. Bryce Harper at first. Philadelphia needs a run to tie this game. Presley stares in, gets the sign from Maldonado. Castellanos trying to take an extra beat as Harper takes his lead. Full count pitch on the way. Harper goes. Castellanos slams this to Pena. Throw over. And the Astros take a 3-2 series lead with a 3-2 victory in Game 5. They got an opportunity in Game 6 at Minute Maid when we play on Saturday to win the Commissioner's Trophy as the Astros win this game 3-2. It was a nail biter. It went down to the final out. Castellanos hit it right to Pena. They win the game 3-2. The Astros now lead the series 3-2. We get our off night, and then we will go back to Minute Maid on Saturday. Folks, thank you so much for following along on the YouTube side and the Twitter Spaces side. I will see you no matter what happens on Saturday at the 8:05 Eastern start. Full game coverage will be at hopelesssportsguy.wordpress.com. And Fox is just showing this again. Chaz McCormick with the catch in the center field chain link wall. My goodness, what a game this was. Astros win 3-2. They take a 3-2 series advantage as they take 2 out of 3 from Philadelphia on the road. And they got a chance to lift the Commissioner's Trophy in a closeout as soon as Saturday. I will see you then. Peace out, everybody. Talk to you soon.
How would you describe those last 2 innings?
I mean, the intensity was there, from the jump. They have a great ball club. They battled all game, and we did the same.